Please get out of my way.
The Royal Commission is now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran, good morning.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Commissioners. Commissioners, today we will test key feedback on our draft propositions with 3 panels of witnesses. Commissioners, 2020 has seen independent but concurrent natural hazard impacts and their compounding effects, followed quickly by the arrival of a pandemic. The scale of these impacts and effects have tested the resilience of the Australian community and economy. The scale has required new levels of cooperation nationally and drawn on a broad range of services and capabilities from government agencies at all levels. And it has required collaboration with the private sector and local communities. Indeed, Commissioners, it has required a whole-of-society effort. Our witnesses today will focus on 2 major risk factors: climate risk and security risk. You will hear today that there is good reason to think of them together. We will consider what implications these risk factors should have for crisis management decision-making and policy-making for the future. We will explore how is strategy different to operations and tactics. From a strategic perspective, what information is required? What is effective strategic decision-making and how can it be supported by strategic policy-making? And how can each of these be applied in the national interest? In that respect, just what does national leadership mean and require? And looking to the future, in an increasingly complex risk landscape, what should we require of national leadership? Commissioners, our first 2 witnesses today are Dr Metcalfe and Dr Michael Gross. As I foreshadowed yesterday, these witnesses are from the CSIRO and they will give evidence related to our draft propositions concerning National Natural Disaster Information Systems, which was Part D, and National Knowledge Investment and Research, which was Part E, in the context of the propositions developed in Part A concerning increasing natural disaster risk. Give me the list of witnesses. Dr Dan Metcalfe gave evidence, you may recall, on day 6 of hearing block 1. He is the Deputy Director for CSIRO Land and Water. He led the science input into the CSIRO's Climate and Disaster Resilience Report to the Prime Minister, which you heard about in the last hearing block. He has a PhD from the University of Cambridge. Our other witness is Dr Michael Gross, who gave evidence on day 1 of hearing block 1. He is a Senior Research Scientist at the CSIRO Climate Science Centre in Hobart. He is a lead author of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 6th Assessment Report, and he has a PhD from the University of Tasmania in Oceans and Atmospheric Science. We will explore with these witnesses some key technical concepts that are used in our draft propositions and broader issues of collaboration, leadership and funding. I call Dr Metcalfe and Dr Gross. Each of them will respond.
Dr Metcalfe, Dr Gross, thank you for joining us again. We appreciate you taking the time.
Associate, will you please administer the oath?
Dr Metcalfe.
Of affirmation, I apologise.
Dr Metcalfe, do you solemnly and
Declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Dr Gross, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Dr Metcalfe, thank you for your time again today. The CSIRO provided a response to the Council Assisting's draft propositions and that has been tendered. I'm sorry I don't have the exhibit number to hand, Commissioners. Part D of the draft propositions dealt with National Natural Disaster Information Systems, and as on my review, CSIRO supported all of the draft propositions in Part D. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor.
Propositions D1 and D2, which we can now see on the screen, drew on the recommendation 4 from the CSIRO report on climate and disaster resilience. And for the benefit of the transcript, we can also see that extracted. That's PMC 0003, 0001, 0001 at page 9. And for those, also for the benefit of the transcript, we can see that it makes the observation that data is a key enabler, and that at the end of the first paragraph it says there is a compelling case to shift to a common approach and platforms. Could I just ask you, as a preliminary matter, what was meant by that observation to have a compelling case to shift to common approach and platforms, and what would it seek to achieve?
In CSIRO's view, all decisions need to be made on the basis of information, and that the quality and the veracity of that information is fundamental to ensuring that those decisions are good ones. And our experience in reviewing both the insights and the experiences of first responders and agencies this year, and from our own experience of working across this sector for many years, is that where different approaches to collating and managing data and providing that data to operational agencies and staff differ, that there may result in different interpretations and different abilities to engage and to collaborate. And that's been particularly seen this year in cross-jurisdictional management of bushfires, for example.
In draft Proposition 1, we use the terminology that all government should prioritise the implementation of harmonised data governance, national data standards and sharing common technologies to enable collaboration. Could I just ask you to expand or perhaps explain the concept of harmonised data governance and how that would enable collaboration and exchange of information?
So we recognise that different agencies, different states, different jurisdictions have different levels of maturity, different levels of expertise, and in many cases use different systems and tools. Some of those are absolutely cutting edge, and we see some incredibly valuable work being done and very high resolution data being delivered. But that often means that a neighbouring jurisdiction is not using the same data or the same platform, and that's where we run into challenges for how collaboration takes place. So by using the term harmonisation and not standardisation, we're reflecting on the ability to ensure comparability of those systems and the potential to integrate the best parts of them without replacing the very fine work that's being done within those jurisdictions.
Can I just drill down into that response? You spoke of a contrast between harmonisation and standardisation. Could you just explain what is the difference between the two of those two approaches?
So in our view, standardisation would mean that we had a single system, and in some cases that's appropriate. So for example, discussions about adopting a single bushfire predictive modelling tool means that nationally, across different states, a single tool would be applied. So if a fire, for example, in East Gippsland is approaching the New South Wales border, then as that fire crossed the border, then the modelling tool would in effect not recognise the border, it would simply recognise the terrain and the fuel load and the efforts being taken to manage it. So in that case, standardisation would seem to be appropriate.
I see.
An alternative might be something like fire mapping after the event of a fire, where understanding the extent and the intensity of fire is carried out by local agencies, and depending on the nature of the fire and where it is, the resolution that they apply to that and the underpinning data which helps to inform them may be subtly different. And so whilst we would be keen that the data were compatible and be able to be integrated to draw a national picture, we would prefer that agencies were able to continue with the best practice as contextually applied to them and not force them into adopting a different process and a different principle, which may be locally of less value.
I won't take you to the actual proposition, but one, and I'll just mention for the benefit of the commissioners, actually I might just have it shown, E9 through to E12 concerned fire simulation and predictive capabilities, and in E11 it spoke of the national implementation of Spark. Now, am I right in understanding that that's an example of the first aspect of your response, which is standardisation of one particular capability so that it can have application, in your example, across borders and nationally?
Indeed. So Spark, I believe, was adopted by the AFAC Council, or rather proposed by the AFAC Council in April as becoming the national standard. It's a tool that CSIRO has developed. And from our perspective, and I believe an independent review that was conducted for AFAC across a number of different tools, Spark was seen as the most appropriate tool at the moment for a national standard. And in part that's because it's a modular system. It can incorporate other tools and it can deliver its models in the form of some of the existing tools. But it would mean that we had a single source of fire predictive behaviour that was being applied across jurisdictions.
Some of the responses to the propositions which I referred to in summary yesterday questioned the value in picking a winner, so to speak, picking a tool at this juncture and pointing to other competing tools such as Phoenix and Aurora. How does one approach a question like that, Dr. Metcalfe?
So I think that's really a question for AFAC or the Bureau of Meteorology, who I understood were contracted by AFAC to review both the suite of different fire behaviour models that are currently used across Australia, but also some Canadian modelling systems, so that they could ascertain an international standard. And it was through that process of assessing both inputs, outputs, and accessibility, and the ability to iteratively develop and integrate different models that they decided that Spark was most appropriate. But exactly how they went about that would be a question for the Bureau, who did the analyses, or AFAC, who organised that consultancy.
Thank you, Dr. Metcalfe. We could go back to the earlier extract we had in relation to data governance, which was, I think, D1. Dr. Metcalfe, you referred to international standards. To what extent is there value in Australian standards aligning with international standards?
Again, that's context dependent.
I see.
So, for example, and when you talk to Dr. Gross shortly, then when the data that you're interrogating is generated internationally and is driven by global contexts, then if Australia is to develop and maintain its own data to those international standards, then it allows us to engage with and inform and benefit from those other data sets that are being produced by our colleagues in other countries.
Well, on that point, could we turn then to draft proposition D3, which proposed national climate projections? In the CSIRO response to the propositions, CSIRO has suggested that the word comparable be used rather than consistent, and D3 had said that the Australian state and territory government should develop updated, downscaled, nationally consistent climate projections to assess future natural disaster risk and to develop integrated climate and disaster risk scenarios. Now, I want to take this in a few steps, if I may, Dr. Metcalfe. The first matter is just your earlier point about drawing data that's being produced on an international scale. Is that the kind of data? Maybe take that that's the kind of data that is informed or would be included in D3.
I believe so. So really, Dr. Gross is the expert here. In my experience as a user of these data rather than a generator of these data, then if internationally applied standards are chosen and common dates for those projections are used, then whilst without constraining academic exploration of the data, it allows a benchmark, if you like, of different analytical processes against particular models and particular timescales, which means that we then have the opportunity to compare different systems and integrate their findings. But that's the view of a user and not of a developer of these tools.
Is the proposal by CSIRO that the word comparable be substituted by for what is now presently included, which is the word consistent, in terms of nationally consistent climate projections? Is that something of relevance to the user end or to more Dr. Gross?
That's really, so as a user, I would say that comparable rather than consistent is more useful because it means that we have that baseline which allows comparison, but it enables different academics, different agencies to develop their own particular models in addition to those baselines. From a developer's point of view, you have to ask Dr. Gross.
Well, that's a good juncture, and I will now turn to Dr. Gross, if I may. Dr. Gross, thank you for joining us again and making yourself available to assist the Commission. Just while we're on D3 in terms of national climate projections, could I just ask you to expand on some of the matters that Dr. Metcalfe just raised?
Certainly. So climate projections have their own methods and techniques and rely on, first and foremost, global climate modelling, because this climate system is a global system. And this relies on multiple models from around the world run through specialist modelling centres. And the best practice is to assess and use the entire set rather than pick one winner. That's just to do with how different models assess different aspects of it and engage uncertainty. To add regional detail and to add higher resolution and the insights that can bring, there's a lot of benefit in making certain components of that consistent, and that's what's really being moved towards internationally through international programs of regional climate modelling that add value to that global climate modelling using multiple methods and multiple models run in a comparable way. And so that level of modelling now, best practice is to be consistent. However, from there's still room, as Dr. Metcalfe said, to add other exploratory type of modelling that doesn't necessarily have to be entirely consistent, but is best if it is comparable. So we are proposing that the past practice for state government level projects to use a single modelling high resolution system to do a domain only over states is moving out of best practice now, and consistent high-resolution modelling using multiple methods on comparable grids and methods and timelines and so on, but done nationally is the better direction to go in.
One of the questions in response to our propositions was a query as to the meaning of downscaled as we use it in D3. And I think I might just ask you to explain the relevance of a downscaled projection. And I think you've touched on it in your reference to regionally consistent modelling. Is that the level at which you're referring?
Yes, so downscaling refers to any method that takes the very coarse resolution global modelling, which is done at approximately 100 kilometre grid cells, just to give you a continental scale view of climate and climate change, to add resolution spatially and temporally through time, to add in the insights and make it locally relevant down to scales of, say, 5 kilometres or less. There's different methods to do that. There's statistical techniques, but there's also a much more demanding type of technique called regional climate modelling, which is running another model simulation at high resolution. This gives the potential to give a lot of insights about what climate and climate change does in relation to details in the at the local scale, such as mountain ranges, coastlines, and so on, and also simulate and then show the effect of climate change on extreme events, which happen through processes that operate at very fine scales. So downscaling as a general approach is there's multiple methods, but we think specifically for efforts in regional climate modelling, that very kind of demanding technique, consistency using multiple methods is best practice now. And because different models can give you slightly different results, and it's important to survey the range of possibilities.
The final annotation to D3 says that these projection scenarios should be underpinned by an agreed common core set of climate trajectories and timelines. Do we have an agreed common core set of climate trajectories and timelines, or what would inform such an agreement?
So this would be informed partly by what's done internationally. So, for example, different trajectories of greenhouse gas emissions into the future should be done under the international standard set of emissions scenarios or emissions pathways to be comparable to the global modelling and international subjects, international efforts. There's also decisions to be made about domains, that's the spatial area done, and also what time periods to be done, and which subsampling of the global modelling that should be done, should be performed through regional climate modelling. All of those decisions are much more useful if those are standardised as well, so that they're done under comparable techniques. And just a very short context here, global climate modelling in the 1990s was done very much on an ad hoc basis, but has in the last 20 years has become very much kind of coordinated. The C in CMIP is coordinated, is coupled, but it's in a coordinated system. And there's value now in doing that for regional modelling. And the C in the regional climate modelling internationally, Cordex, is coordinated. So we're kind of coming in line with what was done 20 years ago with global modelling.
Dr. Gross, I wanted to bring to the attention of the commissioners today a recent publication which you were involved, and I'll have it shown to them. It's Exhibit 33.51.1, which is a research article in which you're one of the co-authors, titled Insights from CMIP 6 for Australia's Future Climate. Now, CMIP, and I think you've just foreshadowed it, is the Coupled Modelled into Comparison project. If I could just, and we've got shown here a quite extended abstract, but if I could just get from you what was the key points or the key key matters developed in this research output?
So this was an assessment of the model runs that were available at the start of this year for the new set of standardised global climate model simulations and projections done around the world. And so we gathered a consortium of researchers from CSIRO, the Bureau of Meteorology, and universities to bring their skills to bear to do an assessment of those early results, so that can first and foremost inform the Australian community about what these new models are saying so far, and also then be able to be cited in the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change 6th Assessment Report due to come out next year and inform that assessment. So the main conclusions that we found were that these new and further developed models show some incremental improvement in their simulation of the current climate. That means that we have incrementally improved confidence that they are realistic and are therefore giving plausible projections of the future. However, specific questions still need to be carefully assessed. And the other conclusions we found was that the results about the projected future climate from these new CMIP6 models are overwhelmingly similar to the previous generation CMIP5 in their broad scope and scale in terms of what's likely to happen under these different emissions pathways into the future in terms of temperature and rainfall, extreme events. But there's some small differences in terms of and new insights that can be gained, especially new insights regionally. So, for example, higher spatial resolution means that we can look at questions of regional sea level change with slightly more resolution from these new models and distinguish different regions and how sea level is likely to change. The other main conclusion was that the new set of global climate models includes a group with much higher what we call climate sensitivity. That means a stronger response to greenhouse gases and therefore a hotter temperature projection than the previous set of models. This is an area of ongoing research internationally about what's causing this and how plausible it is. And currently this new set of models with high climate sensitivity and very hot temperature projections are considered to be in the unlikely but possible category. And having these new model simulations suggests that these hot futures can't be ruled out, and they do illustrate with detail that kind of, if you like, a bad case scenario or worst case range of possibilities for any given emission scenario.
What I might do, Dr. Gross, is have you taken to Figure 8, which is part of a number of projections that are included in this research report. When you gave evidence with Dr. Helen Klue in our first hearing, am I right in understanding that the projections that were shown to the commissioners at that time were based on CMIP5?
That's right. So currently, and up until the 6th assessment report of the IPCC, and there's been some more time to do further assessment and development of modelling, we will primarily give the CMIP or CMIP5 projections as standard communication tools, and the new ones are still in the realm of assessment and research and so on. But yeah, this paper is in that realm of research and assessment, and so we did a comparison of the previous generation and what was available from the new generation.
So could I just ask you to explain, for the benefit of the commissioners, what does this tell us? The heading is Australian mean annual temperature relative to 1995-2014, and we can see that there are 4 different projections identified, and I'll just get you to take over from there, if I may.
Sure, I'll talk you through it quickly. So this is the average annual temperature of the whole of Australia, put relative to 1995 to 2014 average. So the zero line goes through that 20-year period. And the observed temperature record is shown in black. That's from the official Bureau of Meteorology record AcornSat, and that's the version 2, the latest version of that. The coloured bands are the range of different climate models results for the historical simulation up to the current, and then going forward under those different emissions pathways, with a high emissions pathway in red and a very low transitioning to carbon negative in green. And they overlap strongly, but you can hopefully just distinguish there's a different range in the coloured bands for both the red and the green. And this indicates that the ranges from the old models and the new set of models very much overlap, so give a very similar range of change into the future, but that the new set includes a higher high end towards the end of the century, especially under the high emission scenario. And the little panels at the right of the plot show where each individual model ends up at the end of the century. And you can see that there's a few for Australia and also the globe. And you can see that the new set of models are on the right and the new ones on the left, and shown colour-coded for each of those emissions pathways. And there is distinctly that group of models at that high end that were above the previous range of projections from the previous generation of models, shown in those high circles.
So just to recap, this CMIP6 will show incremental improvement of the simulation of Australian climate compared to the previous model, which was the model which was the projection shown to the commissioners at the commencement of our hearing block.
Yes, however, I should note that assessment of how they simulate the current climate is only one line of evidence brought to bear when we produce our view of what the likely future climate will be. And we also need to bring in our other lines of evidence, such as historical changes and their attribution, and also the simulation of past trends and so on, to make an overall assessment of what the likely projection is. However, it is the case that some of these models have had further development and are actually improved in their simulation of the current climate compared to the previous generation.
We've had evidence in the first block of hearings of the State of the Climate report from 2018. Now, when is the State of the Climate 2020 due to be released?
So the State of the Climate 2020, produced by the Bureau of Meteorology and CSIRO, is currently scheduled to be released in mid-November. Yes.
And will that reflect those different lines of evidence, so including the projections that you've referred to, but the other lines of evidence that you've also mentioned?
So the State of the Climate report is primarily about the historical and current climate in a longer-term context, and giving past trends and past events in that climate change context. There is a small focus on future climate, and that section will include the latest insights from the latest lines of evidence, including the latest set of climate models, to produce just summary statements about the likely future for Australia.
Are you able to summarise at this point of the work what the insights are?
So that State of the Climate 2020 will draw on published literature. So for the new insights from the new set of climate models, and what we can say, we'll draw on actually this published article that you're showing right now, and only a couple of other things. So yes.
So in light of that timing, am I right then in understanding that the Royal Commission should proceed on the basis of what we've seen today, that represents the current status in terms of the information available to the Commission in terms of the projected climate?
That's right. However, I think it's worth emphasising again that we won't be portraying and depicting these new set of model results in context with other lines of evidence until next year, to be kind of the official, well, not official, but kind of developed and fully refined version of climate projections for Australia. Currently, we are still using the projections available for nationally, and using the previous generation of models as our standard and fully assessed version, product of climate projections.
And does this information enable us to determine whether there's been any decrease or increase in natural hazard risks in Australia?
So climate models and climate model projections are very much about the longer term trends in the past and then moving further into the future, and the changing statistics or probabilities of extreme events. They don't actually offer that much insight into the particulars of recent climate events, but they are useful to compare against observed trends to assess whether they are performing well in that regard.
You've spoken about collaboration, and I might just leave with you for a moment, Dr. Gross, and go back to Dr. Metcalf. Dr. Metcalf, a number of our propositions spoke to collaboration by the CSIRO and others within the scientific community and more broadly. And one of the recommendations that was in the CSIRO report to the Prime Minister spoke of collaboratively building national information resources. My question is, how would collaboration work between organisations and to what end?
So I would emphasise collaboration already does work between different organisations. The Australian research sector is relatively small and actually relatively dynamic in that many academics have spent part of their careers working with CSIRO, one of our sister agencies, the Bureau of Meteorology, Geosciences Australia, the Australian Institute of Marine Sciences, and so on. And equally, many CSIRO staff have periods of their careers in academia or in industry. That means that we're incredibly well networked and that we, to some extent, rely on each other to ensure that, particularly if we're addressing questions of national importance, that we have the best possible capability and the best possible facilities available for that research. So collaboration is critical to make sure that we bring the best data, the best thinking, and the best facilities to bear on any particular problem. And CSIRO, as part of its remit and part of its mission, sees itself as being able to facilitate a collaboration hub, if you like, to bring people together and to ensure that we facilitate that collaborative process. But that doesn't mean that we lead it or that we dominate it. It's simply a matter of ensuring that we get people around the table.
So in relation to the propositions that spoke to the CSIRO leading a collaborative effort, am I right in understanding that the CSIRO interprets that in the sense of facilitating a collaborative effort across universities, research institutions and so on? Is that correct?
Indeed, if we're asked to provide that leadership role, then very much that would be about us facilitating and enabling that collaboration across the sector.
How would the accountability sit around that kind of activity? Are there any examples or models in terms of if a task or if a project is set to harness the research expertise within the Australian research community to deliver on a project, as the leader of that project, would CSIRO still stand as the one that would report on behalf of or in collaboration with those research collaborators?
So that really depends on the governance model that's developed around the initiative. And so in some cases, if we were seen as the lead agent, then indeed we might collate reporting elements from other collaborators and report them back into the funding authority, if that were the Commonwealth, for example. But depending on the model and the governance, it may be that a board is established which CSIRO and other collaborators sit in, and that it's actually the board that would provide that central coordination point and provide information out.
In the current arrangements as they stand, these proposals, if adopted by government, is there a place that they would naturally sit? I'm aware that there's the NES Earth Systems Hub, and it is funded to deliver and support various research initiatives. Would that be an appropriate place for these sorts of initiatives to be championed?
So the Nest hubs tend to, at least the previous hubs have operated as consortia of different organisations, both operational agencies and research agencies and universities, academic institutions, coming together to coordinate and deliver pieces of work. And in those cases, then a hub steering committee would provide the final sign-off on documentation to go up. In the case of Nest, back to the Home Department. So it's again, it's a case-by-case need in terms of where the capability to provide that core management and that facilitation best sits. And so there are examples where CSIRO might provide that, but equally there are other models which are equally valid and equally successful.
You've spoken about government agencies such as CSIRO and the Bureau and academic and research institutions. What role does the private sector have in any of these and could have in the propositions that we've proposed?
So when we're dealing with something like disaster resilience, then the research, whilst valuable, is of little consequence if it doesn't actually, if it isn't delivered and implemented. And for effective delivery, we need to be really sure that the research we're doing is needed and is both developed and delivered in a mode which is accessible and useful to the operational agencies. And so I think really gone are the days when research was done and then we went looking for someone who might deploy it, and rather we're moving to much more of a co-design and even a co-innovation phase where we work with the private sector, with communities, with industries, with philanthropics to identify the precise question that we need to address, how we need to address it, and then we look at co-development and co-delivery of that research. And that integration across the sectors with the organisations that deliver and implement research, as well as those that actually do the research, is critical to ensure timely delivery of work which can have impact.
Dr. Gross, can I go back to you now? I want to speak to you about the Climate Measurement and Standards Initiative, which we received some evidence of in the first block of hearings, because it sounds as if that's an example of a collaboration with the private sector by the CSIRO and others, and one driven by the end user's needs. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. So it's a collaborative initiative between private sector and climate research through the Nest, Earth Systems and Climate Change Hub, and it was to develop open source scientific guidance and standards for the consistent and comparable assessment of physical climate risk for this new structure, which is of high importance, which is the Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosures, where private sector companies are encouraged to assess and communicate their physical and transition risks from climate change, so that they are decisions can be made at the level of regulators, evaluators, investors, and so on. And so given that those decisions will be made at those levels above each disclosure, there's a high value in comparability between those disclosures. So this project was an effort towards moving towards that comparability between different disclosures. And the first focus was on looking at assessing physical risk to residential and commercial buildings, but the principles that are within it are broader than that.
Yes, and I'll just pause there for a moment. I'll just have for the benefit of the transcript. What we're seeing now is extracts from the executive summary, which is RCN 900-1 1250305 at 307, we heard some evidence about this initiative in the first hearing. The work has now come to the fore. It was in preparation at the time of the first hearing, and then we heard that it would be developing standards, which was through an industry-led project in order to provide reliable information for scenario analysis. Now, there is, if we could go to table 1, which is on 244, just on the left-hand side. Now, if you could just ask you to explain what this is. The heading is Table 1, Attributes of Low and High Greenhouse Gas Emission Scenarios. And just before I do that, my understanding is, and I'll have you confirm it, that this reflects the work that I took. This is informed by CMIP 5 models, and what I need to get confirmed by you is to what extent has it been informed by the research project that we looked at, research output that we looked at just a few moments ago.
Certainly. So this table outlines a suggested simple way to start assessing climate risks using standardised settings. So, for example, if there's multiple different emissions pathways that could be chosen, and we suggest for a start bookending the range of plausible emissions pathways, starting with the lowest and the highest, tying that to a global socioeconomic pathway, the SSP, and this gives you context of the global warming relative to that early baseline. This is the baseline used for things like calculating global warming towards the Paris targets and so on. And just outlining that under a low case, of which results in very low emissions, there's lower challenges from physical climate change and climate change hazards. Definitely not zero, but lower, but very much higher challenges from transition risks, because private sector companies and all entities will need to transition completely away from the use of greenhouse gas, fossil fuels. Under the high case, it's the reverse, where there's very much higher challenges from physical risks and hazards that need to be adapted to, and there's lower risks from transition changes to private sector companies. And so that was the basis for producing these two simple cases that it doesn't prevent people from doing more than that and analysing different scenarios of change. But this is that guidance towards the comparability between different disclosures.
Right. So having
I beg your pardon, I forgot the last part of the question, sorry.
It's all right, because I think I have as well. Having identified those scenarios, so you've taken the low case and the high case, as I understand it, what you have then done is use that to identify the observed and projected changes in acute climate hazards that would then present physical risks for Australian buildings and infrastructure, which is something we've heard quite a great deal about during the course of the inquiry. And I have the Commissioners taken now to Table 2. Now, Table 2 is over a number of pages, but if I might just use as an example the one on the next page, Operator, which is what this table has is identifies different extremes or hazards, identifies the averages and how there has been some change and the attribution to that change. Staying on Table 2 and going back, I think you've moved it this, and that top line there, this is identifying tropical cyclones, their locations. We had some evidence in the first round of hearings, and we'll hear again from IAG in relation to their severe weather report, that there is a projection of cyclone activity moving poleward, or for Australia moving southward, so into the highly populated areas of southeast Queensland and northern New South Wales, and in the Swan Valley in Western Australia. I just ask you to speak to the work that is shown here, Dr. Gross.
Certainly. So for projected changes where the set of model results are suitable to be communicated directly, we did that. However, for extremes and these type of extreme hazards, we actually took the approach of assessing multiple lines of evidence from multiple models, systems, including a look at the new set of CMIP or CMIP6 models and regional climate modelling, that high resolution modelling, which is needed to simulate with any quality some of these extreme events, past changes, the attribution of past changes, and our physical understanding of how these processes occur and what's likely under a warmer climate, to make an assessment of change in the past and attribution, we can say, in the near-term future, where the two emission scenarios are very similar. So 2030, which is a 20-year period centred on 2030, we don't distinguish between the two emission scenarios because they haven't kind of diverged very much yet. But moving forward to the 20-year period centred on 2050 and then far out to 2090, we do very much need to distinguish between that low case and that high case because the outcomes are very different. Specifically on tropical cyclones, there's a lot of scientific literature, a lot of different studies, a lot of regional modelling done that needed to be assessed and brought together to make this assessment. And there's higher confidence on certain aspects of the likely change to tropical cyclones than others. So, for example, a reduction in the total number of tropical cyclones globally, but more in the high intensity categories is a fairly confident finding. The change in the average locate or the extent of the location of where tropical cyclones may reach, we considered to be still of low confidence and an open research question. However, the assessment was given as being more likely to move south than north, which it sounds quite vague, but that's where we felt the evidence was. In relation to the CMSI report compared to the IAG NCAR version 2 report, we had a lot of similarities, although we see the reports as very much complementary, and IAG were in fact a partner in CMSI. They have a slightly different purpose, so they're producing more detailed scenarios for some of these hazards, specifically for insurance, and giving that information to a higher level of detail than we presented in CMSI for that purpose. Cool. We hope that they are very much complementary.
So, Dr. Gross, I want to do two more things. I'm not sure if the first can be done. What I was wanting to have shown was the three aspects of tropical cyclone hazard projections that were included in the table, because two are from the previous page. So, technically, it may be a little bit tricky to have them all shown. If you just wait 1 moment and see if that can be done.
Yeah, certainly. So there's a few aspects of tropical cyclones that are very important to hazards, that they're both the frequency and the intensity, which category they are in. And then also they can have more impact at the coast if you have a higher sea level, for example, so that can lead to greater storm surge. There's also, the latitude at which they can arrive. I should note as well, especially with tropical cyclones, there's a lot of variability year to year and decade to decade. And so that needs to be put in careful context. Even if the very long-term trend is for a particular thing, a particular trend, the variability decade to decade can be very large. So you can have some decades with a lot more tropical cyclone activity. So, for example, a tropical cyclone went through fairly far south in the 1950s. And if that went through again today, then we'll do a lot more damage because there's a lot more exposed to that area now that's on the Gold Coast. And so just the natural variability is also a very important factor that we should note and be adapted to.
Right, thank you so much. Now, can I have also shown the last part of this table, which I want to draw to the Commissioner's attention, which is the extreme fire weather days. And have you speak to those, and what I'd ask you to particularly focus on is the differences in the different emission scenario or pathways or scenarios.
Certainly. So similar to the tropical cyclone assessment, this draws on multiple lines of evidence and multiple different modelling programs rather than relying on a single model or group of models used in isolation. And this covers extreme fire weather, which is only one component of overall fire danger or fire impacts. There's, of course, fuels and management as well that needs to be accounted for to get the overall picture of fire risks. However, For fire weather, it's fairly confident that it has increased in recent decades and is projected to continue increasing in future, especially in southern and eastern Australia. Again, we show the projection of the change in the statistics to the 20-year period centred on 2030, not distinguishing between different emission scenarios because they are essentially very similar, but then distinguishing them further out as those two different emissions pathways very much diverge. And you can see the range of change is an assessment from the various lines of evidence brought together to give a round number based on expert judgment and a range of change based on those lines of evidence brought together to give an assessment of what's we think is the best view of that projection at present. And in the far right, I should mention on this table and previous tables, there is an assessment of confidence, which is a semi-quantitative measure bringing together the different lines of evidence and their agreement to give an assessment of how likely we think that those ranges are precise and correct. And for some of these factors, for example, the direction of change increase in fire weather risks, confidence is high. For some others, it is medium or low because of various factors may be not accounted for or not accounted for fully with our current level of information and research.
Thank you, Dr. Gross. The last matter I need to is return to you, Dr. Metcalfe, and just ask you about this topic. A number of the responses to the draft propositions raised a concern about the funding of the work and the systems that we proposed in parts D and E. And Commissioners, you may recall the evidence of Dr. Finkel, the Chief Scientist, on day 27 in hearing block 3, where I asked him how do research priorities, how decisions may be made about funding different research priorities, particularly in a circumstance where Australia finds itself in the continuing aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. The question I have for you, Dr. Metcalfe, I don't ask you to say which ones should be funded over the other, but what kind of methodology or factors might be taken into account if there was some need to prioritise the different projects or initiatives that are proposed?
So I would refer you to the National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework, which was produced in 2019, I think, by the National Resilience Task Force. So CSIRO worked with our colleagues in Home Affairs and Emergency Management Australia and other agencies to develop the risk reduction framework, building on our expertise and our insights. And that sets out priorities and strategies to understand disaster risk and inform decision-making about actions. And so it sets out a series of stages to identify both long-term and solution-driven research and how to attain community consensus about where those foci might be.
I'm sorry, I was just seeing if I could get that pulled up for the Commissioners to be able to follow along, but I'm not sure that, I can't do that, but what I wanted to ask you to comment on was this. In the CMSI report that Dr. Gross contributed to, it had a section on gaps and needs, and it spoke in specifically about noting that projections for some hazards have wide ranges of plausible changes in low confidence levels, and Dr. Gross had spoken about that there was different open areas of research that were needed, for example, in relation to the more extreme and projected ends in terms of, for example, tropical cyclones. We can see here a number of different matters that are said to be the scientific needs that are included. Could I just ask you to comment on those, to what extent they align with the disaster risk reduction framework and its considerations?
So the framework doesn't consider specific gaps and needs, but rather it sets out a methodology by which you might bring people together to assess the risks and the vulnerabilities that we face, understanding of the benefits that we might accrue from making specific investments in terms of reducing risk or ameliorating the vulnerabilities, and contrasting that with the scenarios that we don't invest and we don't take those actions. And so that provides community and policymakers with an understanding of the consequences of making particular investment decisions. And so working through that framework provides a rigorous and semi-quantitative way of assessing how you what the benefits of making particular decisions are and what the compromises might realise in terms of changes to risks and vulnerabilities.
Thank you, Dr. Metcalfe. Commissioners, that were all my questions. I'm not sure if you had any additional questions.
We might. I think that was a good summary to bring us back to the science behind this and back to the future and where we're going. I have one. It's a simple question for Mr. Gross. Actually, for Dr. Gross, it might not be a simple question. We have a lot of commentary about greenhouse emissions. And if you cut them to zero, a lot of these issues would go away. But I seem to remember your early, I'll just take that from that look, your earlier evidence that the climate takes time to change. And so even a change today would take 20 or 30 years or something or other to have an effect. Can I get you to provide just a bit of comment on that for us, please?
Certainly. So some of the previous results showed the difference between a low scenario and a high scenario. The low scenario is really an ambitious global pathway where globally greenhouse gas emissions go to negative later in the century. And from those kind of plots and tables, you could see that they are very similar in the next 20 years, but then start to diverge through after that. And importantly, even the very low emissions scenario or emissions pathway, which goes negative, the climate doesn't return to a pre-industrial or recent baseline type climate immediately at all. It takes a very long time for that to occur and would actually require CO2 removal to get the climate back to what it was. So it's more a matter of stabilising rather than returning or the problems just going away. And I think that's a really important aspect of climate adaptation is we need to adapt to further changes in the climate no matter what happens with emissions. And we will have inevitable changes in the climate coming through for decades to come. No matter what pathway we take forward. But there's still a very, very strong difference between the low and the high, and it's still imperative the globe, get onto a lower one.
No, thanks for that. I appreciate you putting that back into perspective, especially right at the end there as well. That was very good. Commissioner Bennett?
Yes, I have a couple of questions, probably directed more to Dr. Metcalfe. And going back to very, very simple propositions, if I can try and understand it, because there are a lot of propositions that we've put that are in there about national information platforms, if I can call it that in a very broad sense. And you discussed some of that earlier. And I mean, the immediate comment that might come to mind is as soon as one has a new technology platform of any description, it's going to take a lot of time, it's going to cost a lot of money, and we then get into what might be perceived problems of demanding that everybody have a standardised information. So I'm now looking at it in the concept, and it's very simplistic of me, I think, but I've been looking at the concept of there's data in and data out. So, you've got to get the data in and then you've got to do something with it and then make it available to go back out again and to have it utilised. So you've got two issues. One is the data, as you said, is coming in from different jurisdictions, different areas in different formats, different emphases perhaps because they're looking at localised matters of localised importance, and then you want to have data, if you're going to integrate it at all or have it nationally available, it's got to be available for all of those individual jurisdictions and areas to be able to utilise it. There's no point in having something that is so standardised that it doesn't actually apply to anybody because it's been sort of a lowest common denominator or a mean that doesn't actually have any utility. So what I'm trying to understand is what you're saying is, and again, keeping it it's more qualitative than quantitative, I think, is that it is possible that what you're envisaging and what you can do is you can get the data in the manner in which it is presently collated and can be sent to you. You then can have a platform that can take those data and bring them together, if I can call it that, and then you can make available data that is then of utility that allows for individual variations in geography and weather and land use and matters such as that. Is that right?
Yes, so as you've articulated, it is very complicated. So how we'd approach that is to agree on what we'd refer to as the metadata standards. So we'd agree on minimum standards in terms of how data was recorded, how it was collated and filed, and how it was then provided into a central repository. And that would mean that we would effectively set a lowest common denominator to bring data together so that we could then integrate it nationally and interrogate it and provide a product back at the national scale. So that would, by setting minimum standards to start with, that would allow jurisdictions which collect data to a higher resolution to keep doing that, but as long as they maintain that minimum standard. Once you have nationally that minimum standard applied and the process rolling forward, so something like National Map, which has been Geosciences Australia delivers, brings together an entire national coverage for a number of geographic, geophysical features. Once you have all agencies, all jurisdictions providing data into that on a standard, you then have the opportunity iteratively to start raising that standard. So ultimately, aspirationally, you would complement but not replace the best practice that was happening in the country by developing a national standard, but then aspirationally you would work so that best practice would become the national standard over time. And so you would look at how you would iteratively increase those standards as technologies are replaced or analytical methods are enhanced, that they would become more standardised and you would have agreement nationally in terms of how you deploy that going forwards.
Thank you. And to your knowledge and understanding, as at today, in terms of developing such a national platform concept, do most of the jurisdictions have data in a form that could be fed into that now? Yes.
So an example would be the work that the Department of Agriculture, Water and the Environment, DOR, their geospatial unit, ARIN, they worked with, I think, 11 different data providers, agencies, universities and non-governmental organisations across the country to collate a national bushfire extent map. So they have gone to different providers using different methodologies and brought together data on national fire intensity and extent so that we could actually achieve a national understanding of the bushfire impacts in the natural environment, and that then provided the base data on which funding for recovery decisions were made in part through the department. And so that was an example of where the experts in different jurisdictions got together and worked out what were the standards that they could all attain with their existing data, and then what would be the iterative steps they might take to enhance that data going forwards.
And just one more question on that. And so when those data are fed back out, or that information is fed back out, again, a very simple question, is it fed out in a format that is useful across the different jurisdictions and the different geographies across the country? Is it you'd be able to be utilised that way? So you have more. It's not just a. Is it only a one set of data that is just a national picture, or is it more sophisticated than that it goes down into aspects of different jurisdictions?
So in that case, you would be able to provide a national picture, and then the slightly different approaches that different jurisdictions used meant that if you then wanted to drill down into those data and reappraise yourself of how a particular region had been impacted, then you could incorporate those specific layers so that as you downscaled, as Dr. Gross was explaining, you would be able to incorporate supplementary information as you went in, so that you wouldn't lose clarity from a regional perspective, but you would gain that national clarity from the broader perspective.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Thank you very much.
It's good. Commissioner McIntosh.
Nothing from me. Thanks, Chair.
Dr. Gross, Dr. Metcalf, thank you very much. We appreciate your evidence once again and making your time available. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
May they both be released.
They may both be released. Thank you very much.
Commissioners, could I just, for the benefit of the transcript, note, I can't remember whether I said it, but the research article Insights from CMIP6 for Australia's Future Climate is Exhibit 33.51.1. The Climate Measurement Standards Initiative, the summary for executives, which was the first thing we referred to, which was 33.38.2, and the technical summary, which is the document that had the two tables that I took you to of the emission scenarios and the projected changes in hazards, is Exhibit 33.38.4.
And all those have been tendered already, haven't they?
They have already
That's right.
been tendered.
Okay.
I am told there's a further materials identified in the hearing block 4, tranche 7, the supplementary tender list.
Yep.
That is exhibits numbers 36.1 through to 36.6.
Okay, and I have those, and we'll take those documents as marked as exhibits.
And just for reference for those following, because it may take a little bit of time to get that uploaded to the website, 36.1 is a Northern Territory review of bushfires NT by Greg Mullins. 36.2 are the Cross-Border Commissioner Victoria materials. There had been an earlier public interest immunity and confidentiality claim by the State of Victoria. That has been resolved, and those documents are now tendered. 36.3 is the presentation by Dr. Buckley, which we'll see in a moment after the break. 36.4 is from Risk Frontiers. And that's also some slides that we'll see after the break. 36.5 is a letter from the Department of Defence concerning spending on the Bushfire Assist, which was Operation Bushfire Assist. And the last one, which was only published yesterday, and I thank the Australian Institute for Disaster Resilience for their email overnight notifying me of same, is the 2019-2020 Major Incidents Report, which is an overview of major incidents that have involved the fire and emergency services sector from July 2019 to June 2020, and that overlaps with some of the evidence that we'll hear from Mr. Laplastria from IAG and from Risk Frontiers after the break.
And I thank AOIDR for how quick they were with that. Appreciate that very much. Okay.
We could come back at 11:45.
30 minutes?
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Okay, so 11:45. We'll adjourn now to 11:45 Canberra time. Thank you.
All right.
Royal Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran, please proceed.
Thank you, Chair. In relation to this panel today, if I could just give some background. In November 2019, Australia's largest property insurer, IAG, in partnership with the US-based National Centre for Atmospheric Research, or NCAR, released a report, Severe Weather in a Changing Climate. We tendered that, and that is Exhibit 1.5.3. It was on our first day, document code IAG 001-001-0046. Just by way of recap, that report reviewed and interpreted the latest climate science and how climate change is impacting the severity and frequency of severe weather events and what is likely to happen in the future. We explored the content of that report on that first hearing day, noting that since that edition, Australia had experienced many of the extreme events which the report had described, including devastating bushfires, floods, east coast lows and hailstorms, all compounded by a global pandemic. Indeed, Commissioners, if I can update you, according to the Insurance Council of Australia, insurers have already paid out more than $3.85 billion in claims to date for the 4 recent major weather events, including the summer bushfires, the southeast Queensland hailstorms, which were in November last year, the hailstorms across New South Wales, ACT and Victoria in January 2020, and the storms across the east coast in February 2020. Commissioners, this experience shows it is crucial to work together to mitigate those events, and the evidence you've heard through the course of this inquiry is the efforts that are needed for communities to be better prepared and more resilient. On the 9th of September 2020, IAG and NCAR released a second edition of the report examining the current and future climate change impacts on the severe weather experience across Australia. And that is based on the current understanding of the latest scientific data as of July 2020. That is Exhibit 31.1.1, and the document code is IAG 500 001 0001, apologise. Shortly we will hear from Dr Bruce Buckley, who is the Principal Research Analyst in Climate at IAG. He has a PhD in numerical weather prediction from the University of New South Wales. And we'll hear again from Mr Mark LaPlastria, the Executive Manager of the Natural Perils Team at IAG Limited, and he gave evidence on day one. We'll also hear from, again, from Dr Ryan Crompton, who's Managing Director of Risk Frontiers, who gave evidence on day one. You recall that he has a PhD in natural hazards from Macquarie University. He will also be joined by his General Manager and Resilience at Risk Frontiers, Mr Andrew Gissing, who, amongst other things, was formerly a Deputy Chief Officer and a Director of Emergency Management and Communications with the Victorian SES, and a Director of Enterprise Risk Management at the Department of Family and Community Services of New South Wales. They will be addressing 2 studies that have been released by Risk Frontiers concerning compound disasters. Commissioners, I call Dr Buckley, Mr LaPlastria, Dr Crompton and Mr Gissing.
Good morning, gentlemen. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning. Good morning.
Mr Gissing will take an oath and the others will take an affirmation.
Thank you. Mr Gissing, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Dr Crompton, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr LaPlastria, do you swear by Almighty God... Do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Dr Buckley, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Commissioners, we will begin with a presentation from Dr. Buckley, and that will focus on weather events and severe weather events that have occurred in the last 6 months.
Thank you.
Operator, if you could please bring up the presentations. Thank you. Dr. Buckley, over to you.
Okay, I'll be just selecting a few slides from my presentation that I gave when we released the second edition of our report. This particular slide that's been shown at the current time really highlights the very major events that have occurred since the release of our first report. It just emphasises the nature and magnitude and the variety of severe weather events that we are seeing and experiencing right across Australia. I focused in on the Insurance Council of Australia declared catastrophes, where the insured losses have been $500 million or greater since November 2019. It's based on industry claims data that was updated on the 23rd of August 2020. There will be another update of this claims data due to arrive in tomorrow. And we have to bear in mind that these aren't the final losses attributed to these particular events. These are just raw claims data that's been provided by all the insurance industry, and so it's really just giving you an indication of the relative magnitude of these particular events. The first of these events was the southeast Queensland hailstorm that occurred on the 17th of November 2019, affected large parts of Queensland, and particularly the southeastern sector, and it's produced close to $500 million worth of insured losses. Then, of course, we've had the very major bushfire events. They actually started earlier than November 2019. We had some significant claim events as early as September in 2019. But for the period from November through to February 2020, the insured losses are over $2.3 billion to date. Shortly after that, we had a run of severe hailstorms. We had a severe hailstorm through Melbourne on the 19th of January, followed by hailstorms through Canberra and Sydney on the 20th. This was Canberra's worst ever hailstorm event, and the insured losses to date are up to $1.6 billion. And following closely on the heels of that is an East Coast low event that occurred in February 2020, and the losses attributed to this particular East Coast low are nearing $1 billion. By the time all the repairs have been completed, the total cost for that should be around $1 billion. Now, on top of these bushfires, the hailstorms, we also had a severe tropical cyclone Damien that struck Karratha in February 2020, but fortunately this is a very resilient area, and the level of damage in Karratha was not anywhere near the same magnitude as these other events. We should also note that the bushfires from November 2019 to February 2020 are the second most costly natural disaster events in Australia since 1980. So it really just highlights the magnitude and the number of severe events we've seen in close succession during the past. It's now about 8 to 9 months. Next slide, please.
This one deals with the cost.
Now, when we're looking at some of the major damage-producing events, one of the weather phenomena that we do focus in on, and particularly for the eastern seaboard, are East Coast lows. So here I've focused in on the major East Coast low that occurred in February 2020. Now, in this particular event, we've had over 100,000 industry claims. This was the event that produced $1.6 billion worth of losses down the eastern seaboard. The mixture of losses have been residential building, around about 59,000 claims. The contents, about 27,000 claims. We've had both domestic and commercial motor claims, about 5,200 claims, and commercial building, around 8,500 claims. Now, there are certain characteristics of this East Coast low that make it far more damaging than some of the other East Coast lows that have occurred before and after this particular event. In this particular case, a lot of the damage was caused by wind-driven rain. We had severe flash flooding and quite a lot of tree-related damage. Most damaging component of this storm event produced between 150 and 350 millimetres of rain in 24 hours in the coastal segment from Newcastle through Sydney down to Wollongong. Now, it's very notable that in this region, only 2 days before, the same area had received over 100 millimetres in the same actual region. And so here we've had a compounding effect of an extremely heavy rain event, and 2 days later, another even more damaging rain event. And on top of this, the easterly winds that came with this East Coast low were gale force blowing directly onto the coast. Now, we have seen a lot of East Coast lows, and most of those tend to have a southerlies or south-southeasterly winds. This one was particularly damaging because the winds came from a direction different to what we normally see. Next slide, please. And following on from this particular East Coast low, we've actually had about 5 East Coast low events in this particular year. The second most damaging was what I'm calling the Wamberal East Coast low. It reached its peak on the 14th and 15th of July in 2020. It was very notable because it caused severe coastal erosion along the Wamberal, which is the central part of New South Wales coastline. This particular East Coast low was somewhat different to the earlier ones in that it produced southeasterly swell. Here I have information from the Sydney Wave Rider buoy, and we can see that the Sydney Wave Rider buoy, which is off Bondi Beach, had a significant wave height of up to 7 metres. And not only did it reach that height, but we had waves of over 5 metres continuing for around about a 48-hour period. Very importantly, the direction that which these very high waves approached from was from a southeasterly direction. In most East Coast lows, we see a lot more southerly in the wave direction, and most of the coastal parts of New South Wales are relatively protected from very large southerly swell. So this just highlights the fact that this particular East Coast low event was different to a lot of the other ones we see. And when we're looking at research into trends, we have to really bear in mind that we not only have to look at trends in numbers, but also the characteristics, and particularly the damaging characteristics of these particular weather phenomena. Next slide, please. There are other types of extremely damaging weather systems as well. So in many studies, we've sort of highlighted with climate change, we can expect to see a general long-term drying. But superimposed on these long-term drying trends, you can get these very intense convective systems. Now, here I'm talking about clusters of severe thunderstorms. They're in a semi-organised pattern. We call them mesoscale convective systems, and typically they have diameters in the order of about 100 kilometres. There have been studies in the United States. These are studies by the US National Centre for Atmospheric Research, and they've shown that by the year 2100, under the RCP 8.5 scenario, so that's your more extreme emission scenario, the predictions are for between a 15 and 40% increase in the precipitation rates with a larger rainfall area for these particular events. And so that will lead to about an 80% increase in the storm total rainfall. Now, to put these in context, we had a mesoscale convective system went through the Melbourne area on the 14th of February 2020. This produced something like 400 SES call-outs, of which 166 were for flash flooding. There were 123 call-outs for building damage and 74 were for downed trees. The rainfall was very intense, and there's a weather station operated by the Bureau of Meteorology called Thorpedale Peak. It reported over 50 millimetres in 1 hour. In this particular slide, the middle image actually shows the cluster of thunderstorms moving down across Victoria, some of which moved right across the CBD of Melbourne. Next slide, please. Now, the connected extremes can come in many forms. I have talked about some of the wetter connected extremes. Of course, of intense interest to the Royal Commission are the connected extremes involving bushfires. The bushfire events that we have seen in the most recent season have been a combination, or have been attributed by the combination of prolonged rainfall deficiencies. The rainfall deciles were typically in the lowest or second lowest on record. And these have been coupled with the highest temperatures we've seen in Australia's history. In the year 2019 was the hottest year in Australia's recorded history. And on this particular image, I show the rainfall deciles for the period from November 2019 to January 2020 in the top right, with the maximum temperature anomaly from the November 2019 through to January 2020. On the bottom, we actually can see the transition of the severe bushfires going month by month. On the left-hand side, we have November 2019, then December 2019, followed by January 2020, and then February 2020. Fortunately, after February, or in the middle of February 2020, we had that very heavy East Coast low rain event, and it did manage to extinguish almost all of the bushfires. But what this does show is that the bushfires that we saw in this most recent summer just were really exacerbated because they affected multiple states and territories at the one time. It really helped to, put increased pressure on the response organisations because they were not just dealing with one state, they had multiple fires out of control at the same time across multiple territories, which made it very difficult to share resources as effectively as they could in some other seasons where only one state has been affected. It should be noted that the individual fire events that we saw during this 2019-2020 season, as damaging as they were individually less damaging than were the Ash Wednesday fires and the Black Saturday fires. Both Ash Wednesday and Black Saturday tended to occur over a shorter period of time and affected a much smaller physical location across Australia. However, the accumulated impacts of the most recent season have surpassed the damage produced by the worst bushfire seasons we have seen in the past, which include Ash Wednesday and Black Saturday. Next slide, please. And finally, I've just put up this particular slide. This is a forecast of the sea surface temperature anomaly that's from the European Centre for Medium Range Weather Forecasts, and it's forecast the sea surface temperature anomalies for the period from December 2020 through to February 2021. That is for the coming summer season. What it actually shows is it's predicting a La Nina that is just taking effect across the Australian Pacific region at the moment, and it's being partially reinforced by an Indian Ocean dipole. This particular pattern here is very conducive to what we'd call a wet period of connected extremes with an increased risk of increased risk of floods, heavy rain producing thunderstorms and tropical cyclones. This should start through the spring and summer period and should affect much of the continent, particularly the northern and eastern parts. There is an offsetting reduction in the risk of bushfires for eastern Australia with this particular weather pattern, but it does not preclude the occurrence of bushfires, and in some parts, such as the southwest of Western Australia, the bushfire season is still expected to be relatively extreme. The best analogue for this this coming summer pattern that we've seen, the December 2020 to February 2021 period, happens to be a combination of a La Nina and Indian Ocean dipole event that we last saw in the period from 2010 through to 2011. And you may recall that back in that particular period of time, this produced Tropical Cyclone Yassi. It also produced the Toowoomba, Brisbane, Lockie Valley and southeast Queensland floods. There were major floods through inland parts of Victoria, and it was finished off by a major hailstorm through Melbourne. Each of these events were in the order of about $1.5 million. Well, the two flood events were $1.5 million. And the hailstorm that affected Melbourne was about $1 billion. So what this is telling us is that we have seen connected extremes recently where we've had a dry series of connected extremes. Here, the prediction is for a series of wet connected extremes. And these types of events can be particularly challenging for emergency services as well as for the insurance industry, because you have to respond over large areas and over long periods of time. That was the end of the presentation that I provided during the launch of the new science paper.
Thank you so much, Dr. Buckley. I think the operators will come back to me now. Dr. Buckley and Mr. Lepastria, thank you for providing to the Royal Commission the second edition of the Severe Weather Report. So the Severe Weather in a Changing Climate. Could I just go to you, Mr. Lepastria, just to get a sense of what does this new report reflect, and how did it come about, and what does it reflect? In a moment, I'm going to come to the new chapter, which is in this edition, which is concerns connected extremes, and I'm also going to just update between the first and second edition some of the material that we showed the commissioners, which has now been updated in this second report. But just going back to what was the purpose, and what does this new report reflect?
Okay, so from how did it come about? It was on the back of the first report, and we released the first report because we realised that as a property insurer, we had a specific focus on understanding severe weather extremes and how they would change under future climate. And we realised because there's now obligations, or there's always been an obligation, but it's really recognised now that climate risk is an obligation for businesses to disclose those risks to investors. That has kicked off an enormous amount of activity right across the financial sector and more broadly. So that first step of really understanding how severe weather will change with climate extremes, we realised it was going to be repeated over and over again. So we thought if we released our work, that could act as a base for others to build on and contribute to, so we could actually start working towards better sources of central information. So we really encourage feedback from the first launch, and we received it in spades, which was fantastic. We held a special session at the Australian Meteorological and Oceanographic Society conference in February this year to try and coordinate the feedback from people, and that has really now led to a very comprehensive stock take of all work undergoing in this area. So that's how it came about. The main kind of call out for me around the differences, and Bruce will be able to go into much more details or specifics, is the amount of extra evidence there is in that we can now detect more confidently that some of the severe weather phenomena is already changing. We've already known it's going to change from the strong physics, understanding the physics, the modelling. But severe weather phenomena is quite small in nature, and has been harder to detect in observational networks and stuff like that. But that's starting to change. We're starting to get much stronger evidence showing that it's already changed. We're already well amongst a changing climate, and it's not necessarily a future problem. It's here and now.
So, and I may go to to Dr. Buckley for some of these specifics. What I'd like to do is just draw out some of those insights that you've described, Mr. LaPlastria. In the first hearing, I took you to one of the figures, figure 9. Now, I think our operator is going to be in a position to be able to do this. What I'm hoping you can see now is on the left-hand. No, I'm seeing a separate one, but look, we'll go with one that we've got. I took you to some severe thunderstorms and the hail component, and on the left-hand side we can see figure 17, and on the right-hand side we can see the second report's figure H4. What are the differences that the additional feedback and the academic and research insights that you've received in the last nearly 8 months, if not more, from the first report to the second report in relation to severe thunderstorms?
I'll answer from a high level, then if it's okay, I'll throw that to Bruce to go into the detail. From my perspective, broadly, what we've found is that the extra science that's emerged recently is generally supporting these findings. This work was put out there based on physical understanding of the systems rather than being able to draw on explicit studies showing the change in hail risk in these regions. So it was putting our best thoughts out there of how we think how the hailstorms will respond in this changing climate. But now we're actually getting some studies to help support that. But I'll pass over to Bruce just to talk about the specifics and some of the subtleties of the changes.
Okay, well, probably one of the pieces of key evidence was shared with me by Joshua Soderholm at the Bureau of Meteorology. He works in their radar science section, and he has been collaborating, in fact supervising Jordan Brook, who's in the process of getting his PhD at the University of Queensland. Well, we weren't able to actually share their research because there will be a published paper coming out in the near future, and hence, if we had have shown some of their key findings ahead of time, it would have been to the detriment of Jordan Brook, and it may impact upon his PhD, and we definitely did not want to do that. But essentially what we did is we were able to access the radar analyses that Jordan and Joshua had undertaken using radar all the way from southeastern Queensland, all the way down the eastern seaboard, including Melbourne, then across to Adelaide and Perth. In the critical area around Gympie and southeastern Queensland, they found very strong signatures for the increasing occurrence of large and giant hail events, and also the duration of these events. The actual trends were much stronger than we had anticipated at the time, and so the radar data still needed to be quality controlled, and there were definite strong multi-year oscillations, because you have your El Nino, La Nina oscillations in there. But despite these, the trends and the increases observed from these radar analyses were very dramatic, much larger than what we'd actually anticipated. Similar trends were also found for Terry Hills and the Lemon Passage and Appin or Wollongong areas. And so what they actually said is over the past 20 years, we've seen very marked increases in the occurrence of large and giant hail as observed by weather radar. They're using techniques to identify hail from the volumetric radar data. The trends were nowhere near as identifiable for Melbourne, Adelaide and Perth. The Perth record length is far too short. Adelaide has far too few hailstorm events for any statistically significant events to be identified. But the evidence that they provided was actually quite consistent and somewhat alarming, because it showed that what we thought could be occurring was actually occurring at a faster and more substantial rate than we had anticipated. Now, there are two particular factors that we have to consider when we're looking at future trends of hail, because the trends that were observed have occurred up until the current time. And so with our projections, we're going out into the future. And so we're looking at a +3 degree warming scenario. And that's the scenario that looks very likely that the world will actually be facing. Now, some of the science of meteorology tells us that with climate change, and especially in a country like Australia, we can expect to see rising melting levels. Now, the melting level is the layer at which hail, as it's falling out of a thunderstorm, starts to melt. Another thing we do know with thunderstorm activity is with severe convection, you tend to get stronger updrafts. So with this combination of strengthening updrafts and an increasing melting level, you tend to get a reduction in the frequency of what we call large hail. Now, large hail is between 2 and about 4.9 centimetres, and giant hail. Now, giant hail cuts in at about 5 centimetres. And so even though you may see a gradual reduction in particularly the more tropical areas of the larger hail, you get an offsetting increase in the frequency of the giant hail. Now, giant hail is far more damaging than large hail. Giant hail will smash tiled roofs, dent metal roofs, smash car windscreens, and be essentially, if you get a giant hail event over a motor vehicle, it will destroy that vehicle. There'll be a write-off. And so what we've done is we've applied the observed trends. We've looked at the science of meteorology. We've applied the studies that we did conduct for the Sydney area, or the Greater Sydney area, right back. It was published in 2008. And we've also looked at general guidance for increasing trends in temperatures, change in sea surface temperature patterns into the future, to come up with this particular a map where we've just selected certain parts of eastern, southeastern and western Australia and produced our take on what the future trends will be in both large and giant hail. In a large number of areas, we can see...
Dr. Buckley, I'll just need to interrupt you there, because we do have quite a number of pieces I wanted to take the Commissioners through by way of update to the first report. But I appreciate the additional information you've given us, because when I examined Mr. Lepastria in the first hearing, he had indicated that we wouldn't find any detail in the published literature because it was an area of research which was not where there wasn't much published literature. And so what you've indicated is that in the circumstances where there is not a great deal of research in the area, but there is a very significant economic impact from the damage caused by these increasingly large hailstones, yes, that we can take draw these two together. Is that right?
That is correct, yes.
All right. The other one I wanted to do, just by way of brief update and overview, is the difference in the presentation on your insights on tropical cyclones. If I could just have shown those two, which was the tropical cyclone frequency changes in a warming world, and if I could just get at a very high level the difference between figure 9, which is on the left-hand side from the first report, and figure TC13 from the second report, noting we've already had some evidence this morning from Dr. Gross concerning their projections for future tropical cyclone activity.
Yeah, so probably the main thing would be we've been able to finesse the changes for southeastern Queensland. There's increased evidence that's come through since that first report. I conducted an analysis of what we call the latitude of the lifetime maximum intensity. That's the particular time that the tropical cyclones reach their peak intensity. Looked at it for different parts of Australia, and we found for southeastern, or for the Coral Sea region, that we are seeing a detectable southward shift in the order of about 6 kilometres per year of the latitude at which these tropical cyclones reach their peak intensity. We also did some modelling work with the United States using their Deckel large DP, Deckel prediction large ensemble technique, which is outlined in the report. That also found an increase in the percentage of the more intense tropical cyclones for southeast Queensland, offset by a slight reduction in the more tropical regions. And there's other evidence by researchers, including Jim Costin. It was published in 2020, and there have been other research papers as well. And so applying those to the observed trends, these are the trends in frequency in a warmer world for a plus 3 degrees C environment. So it's basically taking all the evidence and manipulating our known climatology to come up with this future projection.
Now, this is a question up without notice, and I'm not sure whether it's a question you would be able to address or whether it's too short a time scale. Is there any correlation or indication from the activity that we're seeing already in the Northern Hemisphere in relation to the current hurricane season for what that might signal for Australia's summer tropical cyclone season?
Yes, it tends to be related to the phase of what we call the El Nino Southern Oscillation, and there are other other large-scale oscillations, including the Indian Ocean Dipole. And so we have seen a very active period. If you look at these oscillations, they have warm and cold anomalies around the world, and so the impacts tend to vary depending on where you're looking at around the world. We're in a warm phase, so basically a La Nina phase. It's already in place, and we've seen very active hurricane season for the United States of America, also Mexico. We've seen multiple typhoons through the East and Asian area, with Korea and North Korea particularly badly impacted. And so when we come into the Australian region, we're seeing that same influence, a La Nina pattern, partially reinforced by what we call the negative Indian Ocean Dipole. So we would anticipate that would relate to an early onset and more active tropical cyclone season than what we've seen in the most recent few years.
I see. Thank you. Can I go now to, there are other matters of update, but I think we can deal with those in the papers. I note that there is an update concerning your discussion of bushfire risk and also an update on a question that Commissioner McIntosh had raised about next generation models like NARCLIM, and there's some further information Commissioners provided in the report at 0086 on not just NARCLIM but also the Bureau of Meteorology's atmospheric regional projections for Australia. What I wanted to focus on now is the new chapter. If we could have that shown, that's at 0096. This is the new chapter 5.7, Connected Extremes, which considers compound and clustered events. I'll just wait for that to be shown. There we have it. So this is in the context of changes to extremes, which had been raised in the first report, but you're now considering the matter of connected extremes, and the commissioners can see the summary there. And I think I'd go to you first, Mr. LaPlastria, just to understand why this inclusion in the report, and what will it be used for?
Yes, I think the previous season we just had just shows what an impact it has when you have many events together, and we realised that we need to. This needs to be a hot research topic. There's not a huge amount of information around how these different events connect in time and space, but we do know there are mechanisms like El Nino Southern Oscillation that does do that. So it was more about really starting on this, I suppose, journey of really trying to raise awareness that this is a really key area to focus on, because these single-off events may not nearly be as damaging when they're combined together in time and space. So that's the main reason why we've included it, and hopefully we'll be able to expand on this in future editions.
You say here in the connected extreme that you define for in the report as the simultaneous occurrence of events or a sequence of events which affect a region or multiple regions or states or even countries, and you identify connected extremes not just as meteorological or hydrological or oceanographic events, but also ones that might, for example, couple a major tropical cyclone with a pandemic, which from what we've just heard, there's good prospects that would be the case this coming summer in Australia. Is that right, Mr. Lepastrio?
Yeah, that's correct. We wanted to create a distinction between what we're calling connected events versus what others call compound events, because at compound events we've seen some definitions just talk about coincident rain and wind, but we're looking at severe weather extremes, and a coincident rain and wind might be an east coast low, it might be a severe thunderstorm, it might be a tropical cyclone. So we're researching the severe weather phenomena, and so some of those, what people call compound events, are already part of that. What we want to distinguish is how those different or same severe weather phenomena are connected in time and space.
So we won't have time to go through it, but in this chapter, Commissioners, it deals with the Queensland floods in 2011. That's at page 0099 as an example of a connected extreme. It includes a detailed analysis of the Black Summer bushfires at 0100. And then a combination of a tropical cyclone and bushfires in Western Australia in 1978 at 0101. What I wanted to look at, and ask you to just expand on, we heard some evidence earlier from Dr. Buckley about East Coast lows, and we've all experienced the East Coast lows this year. On page 0103, you deal with the 1867 East Coast low. Now, could you just explain to the Commissioners why you looked at the 1867 East Coast low, how you went about doing that, and then what insights that has for us in terms of connected extremes?
I'll start, and Bruce, maybe if I miss anything, you can add in. So this was an analysis we did maybe 15 years ago, actually, when we investigated. We needed to understand, as an insurance business, we need to understand not just risk at a point, to understand how the risk for a building or home insurance policy, but we also need to understand the whole event in itself, and what impact it would have on a whole portfolio of risks, as a national insurer does. So we were looking at how to look at what are the major events that have occurred historically, and we started with the 1867 Hawkesbury flood, which was recognised at the time as being an East Coast low, and it's always been referred to, I think it's on the SES website, as the flood of record in the Hawkesbury. But when we got into the event, and Bruce actually helped reconstruct this event from ship logs and original newspapers from back in the 19th century, we actually realised this event started much earlier over in South Australia, and it impacted a very large area with very damaging winds and rain. Then it culminated in forming an East Coast low off the New South Wales coast. So it's actually an event that started much earlier. It's part of the same synoptic disturbance, if you like, and it really connected this thing to realise this is actually a much bigger event than that. It was also, I think, the floods of record in the Hunter region, and very significant floods through Western New South Wales as well, and very strong winds and rain as well. So it's probably, we thought at the time, this is possibly one of Australia's largest natural weather events at the time.
So just to capture what was, I understand, was disclosed from this review, and Dr. Buckley, you might expand on it. This was an example of there being extensive damage reported across 4 states over 5 days. So it was a multi-day, a multi-peril, so rain and gale force winds and flooding, and a multi-state event, all associated with in the sense of being an example of connected extremes. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
All right.
Yes, I might just add that the newspaper evidence before that was that this was the culmination of a series of earlier major rain events as well. So it has some connotations to the season that we're facing, and also 2010 and 2011.
So in 1867, the population of Australia and its distribution was nothing like it is now. If Australia was to experience this multi-day, multi-peril, multi-state event in the coming period, what would be the consequences?
Yes, well, it certainly looks like a very significant event for the East Coast. So it has to be at least on par with what we've seen in recent years, you would think, or probably, given it's I think something like the 200-year flood in the Hawkesbury, it would have significant exposure to the flood risk, which we may not have seen in the past East Coast lows. So it would probably be the biggest event we've seen. I'm not sure if I can add much more than that.
The description in the report, and it might have been that I'd assisted you if I'd shown it to you, says that if these events were to occur today, the consequences would be catastrophic. But what kind of research is there being done in relation to? You have this historic record of floods occurring of this scale in the 19th century. Coupled with the insights from Dr. Buckley's earlier presentation on the different ways that the East Coast low is presenting. So he spoke to the East Coast lows having winds coming from different directions, that there is corrosion and impacts that it is not consistent with the historic record. Is there work being done either in private industry or within Australia that looks to those risks?
I'm not aware of anyone looking at the whole complete system like this. There's individual work, plenty of work going on East Coast lows, but I'm not aware of any work really connecting all these different phenomena together under one kind of research project. And Bruce, are you aware of anything?
No. There have been some very good papers, very good research work being produced. Andrew Dowdy from the Bureau of Meteorology have provided us with some of their research work, and Acacia Pepler as well. But it's been very much based upon categorising certain trends, like the large-scale trends. We don't yet have the impact-based evaluation of the trends of these types of weather systems. And so we've really been flagging this as an area in need of future research and in-depth research, where we're looking at the extreme impacts. And it's very difficult because we're looking at the extreme of extremes, and so there aren't very many cases. And the numerical modelling techniques have to be somewhat different to those that have been used in the past.
Dr. Buckley, I'll just have you pause there because we are having some difficulties at this end, which I understand we're trying to fix. Our screens have been freezing, and I think that's also affecting our ability, therefore, to transmit to the live stream.
So if we're still good with audio, unless you need to call up the exhibits, I think we'll just continue with the audio.
I think that's the way to proceed.
The best way?
What I might just do is skip ahead, and we'll try to press on as much as we can. I might now. I can't see them, but Dr. Crompton and Mr. Gisting, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, I can.
All right. So, Mr. LePastre, Dr. Buckley, if you'll just excuse me, I might proceed in this way. Dr. Crompton, in the earlier session today, we heard from the CSIRO in relation to the propositions in Part D that we've prepared about national natural disaster information systems. I want to explore with you, if I may, the role of the private sector and industry in contributing to or collaborating in national natural disaster information systems work. I understand that you were involved in the CSMI, the Climate Measurement and Standards Initiatives, as part of its technical scientific committee.
Now we'll just pause.
Now we've lost everything.
Do we still have you gentlemen on audio?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay.
I can hear you.
If you don't mind us not seeing your faces, we'll press on.
We'll continue, and they're rebooting the video as we go.
So, Dr. Compton, I was just asking you in relation to the work. We heard about the CMSI work from Dr. Gross, and I understand you're involved in the Scientific Technical Committee, and I just wanted to get a sense from you about how industry and the private sector can collaborate in this kind of research work.
Yeah, I think that was a really great example of industry and in that particular case, insurers and banks, service providers, as well as scientists coming together to produce outcomes. I think there's a lot of benefit in the way that process was run and ensuring that the outputs were of direct relevance to the end users. So, yeah, I would definitely use that as a very good example of various stakeholders coming together.
One of the questions that might arise from that, in terms of we've heard a lot in the responses about the need to address end user needs. How does one manage the requirements of end users in terms of limiting or expanding the work for that might. Sorry, I'll start that again. I'm sorry, Dr. Compton.
Yeah, I think I know where you were heading. I think in this particular example of the CMSI is that you had various representatives across each of the three committees, and having that information flow across committees and within the committees does ensure that the end user needs are met, and not just the end user needs, but you have people that are producing baseline information to the service providers that are developing tools to the end users. So there was a whole range of stakeholders that were represented throughout the CMSI.
From your insights, what's the level of research capability like in Australia? To what extent do we need to, for example, draw from international research or research capabilities?
Look, I'd probably say that's not my area of expertise to be commenting on. Just recognising that there is a broad range of capabilities that exist both locally and internationally. There was some discussion this morning by Dr. Gross around, for example, national projections, and I really agree and support with the idea that those types of output fitting into some of the broader global picture is really important as well. But yeah, perhaps some of the other panelists may like to comment on that, particularly IAG, obviously being involved with NCAR.
It's perfectly timed because we've now got everybody back on the screen. Mr. LePastre, I might just have you comment on that. So understanding the end user needs and the collaboration that industry can have in meeting these national research needs.
So I think that's going back to the CMSI, you mean, and just so I think that's a really impressive initiative to get representatives right across industry, finance, insurance, banking, talking directly with the scientists and really start up that dialogue. So it's the first phase of something which hopefully it will keep going and build on. So I haven't seen an initiative like that in the past that really brings those different groups together. We are kind of siloed and not really understanding each other and what we need and what's available. So I think that's really such an important thing to break down that. On the other question around whether Australia can do it all itself or whether there's aspects overseas. I think we can't ignore the amount of population in the Northern Hemisphere, and particularly places like the US that has very similar severe weather hazard as Australia, hurricanes or cyclones, floods, bushfires, hailstorms. If you've got 25 times the population exposed to those hazards as Australia, it's no wonder that some of the best research will sit there. But I don't want to downplay the quality of the research we do here. It's very, very good. But you would draw on the best research where it exists, and I think the way forward is to make sure that we don't unnecessarily duplicate what's already available elsewhere. So I think we've got to find that balance.
I want to go now, thank you, Mr Lepastre. I'll go now to Mr Gissing. Mr Gissing, I want to show to the Commissioners two recent studies that have been published through the B&H-CRC, in which you were one of the co-authors with Risk Frontiers. The first is Exhibit 27.14.4, which is Planning and Capability Requirements for Catastrophic and Cascading Events, which is a synthesis report. The reason I brought this to the Commissioners' attention is because it's looked at this particular issue of catastrophe and in particular compound disasters. We heard what Mr Lepastre was saying about them looking at connected extremes, and it's just he acknowledged the use of the term compound disasters, but their need to look at perhaps a subset or a particular manifestation of that. Just at a high level, could you just explain the purposes of this study and how you have, if we can have page 6 brought up as well, operator.
Yes, so in essence, this study was really focused on better understanding emergency management planning requirements for catastrophic disasters in Australia. The main reason why we really chose to also analyse compound disasters was that catastrophes come in many different forms, and obviously one-off events can cause catastrophic events. A scenario that could be a large earthquake in Melbourne or Adelaide, which could test the overall national capability which exists here in Australia to be able to respond to it. As Mark suggested too, and I'd suggest that the work of IAG is very similar to definitions used here in this paper also, in terms of a compound disaster event. Is we're primarily then saying, well, another way to get to a catastrophe really is to have a series of concurrent or sequential events which could also meet that catastrophic threshold, hence why we also conducted our analysis of compound disaster events.
Can I take you to, I want to show the Commissioners a series of figures that are set out in your report. Actually, it's in the second report, which is the report of at Exhibit 31.3.1, which was only published on the 9th of September. That's code operator, that's RCN 900 122 0032. Now, this report, Compound Natural Disasters in Australia, an historical analysis, I'll just, within that report, as I understand it, it examined the prevalence of compound disasters in Australia based upon your analysis of disaster losses recorded over an extended period. Is that right, Mr Gissing?
Yes, that would be a correct summary. The thing that I would add to it is it's probably been the first type of research of this nature done in Australia, looking at disaster losses, both in terms of fatalities and insurance losses, to look at the frequency historically of compound disasters.
Now, the two figures that I want to show the Commissioners, the first is you're looking at event composition. The first is a combination of perils, and the second one is a combination of different states. So just looking at this first one, could you describe to the Commissioners what this is conveying?
So essentially what we've done in our statistical analysis is looked at what hazards pair most frequently. And we've also been able to do a comparison as to what you'd expect more on a random basis. my colleague Dr. Stuart Brownie has conducted this analysis. But the key finding there is that the most frequent paired combination of perils is storm and tropical cyclone, and then you can read on the y-axis moving downwards the sequence of hierarchy of pairings from there. But the key message is that obviously different types of perils compare together, or the same perils compare together. For example, flood and flood, storm and storm, for example.
All right. And what this, from what I can see from this, as you said, the highest average frequency of peril pairs in terms of the frequency of those compound events pairing is storm and tropical cyclones first, second storm and storm, third tropical cyclone, then fourth flood and storms, fifth flood and tropical storms, and then for the first time we see bushfire and storms, and then 7 bushfire and tropical cyclone. I don't know if you can do it or if anyone else wants to volunteer from the panel. What is it about storms and tropical cyclones that Bates has them? No, I withdraw that. Could we go to the second figure, which is state combinations? This is the frequency of state pairings in terms of occurrences and compound events. What do we take from this figure, Mr. Gissing?
Well, this is a really important figure in terms of especially the policy conclusions around national coordination. It basically says that we can have separate extremes happening in different jurisdictions, just similar to the IAG analysis. So certainly supportive of that. And we can see there, for example, that I believe it's New South Wales and Queensland, then New South Wales and Victoria, and Queensland and Victoria. So the pairing of the eastern states becomes most frequent. There's an example of that to the event, 2010-11, again, to draw example from that, where you had the severe floods in Queensland at the same time as the severe floods in Victoria, and also with the subsequent tropical cyclone Yasi, and then the following heavy rainfall and flash flooding in Melbourne. Also, that's an example of that pairing of Queensland and Victoria as an example. But certainly from a policy perspective, one can draw from this that you can indeed have these quite large extremes in separate jurisdictions, which would result in stresses to national resources and questions being posed as to where to allocate resources based upon the needs of the respective jurisdictions.
Now, the last figure I want to show you...
Before you go, I'm just interested, only because of the response to your propositions yesterday from Western Australia about they're okay, but I notice in the pairing up there, Western Australia sits quite high in a pairing, and just note Mr. Gissing's comment then about stresses on national resources and the like. I would think from that actually no state should be separated from the considerations of national coordination based on that. Just an observation.
Would you like me to respond to that?
Yeah, if you could, please. Yeah, because it was a significant part of the responses to the propositions from Western Australia. So I wouldn't mind if you could expand on that just a little bit for us, please.
Certainly the observation that you make based upon this figure, I believe to be correct. The one thing also too, and I make this not knowing the relative resourcing of each individual state, so this is not a judgment on Western Australia's capability to manage its disasters in its own jurisdiction. But there's obviously resources which are in the east of the country, which are not present in the west of the country. So WA nationally is somewhat isolated from some of those resources that are available in the east, particularly areas up in the northwest of our country, which are again separated from the significant population centres in our southeast, where more significant resources are available.
Thank you, Chair. The last one was, it's actually extracted in your first report, but we've now got an updated figures that you've provided to the Royal Commission, and so the document code for this standalone figure is RYC 502 001 0001. To see. And we see here 8 compound disasters occurring within 1 quarter of each other and having caused over $1 billion in normalised losses. Could you just speak to what we are seeing here now? Before those who can't see the detail, it is a graph that shows, a diagram that depicts not just hazard events, but other kinds of risks that Australia is exposed to. Mr. Gissing.
I'll briefly start by explaining the methodology very quickly for producing this so it can be understood. So this is combining 2 data sets. So one is one that we hold here at Risk Frontiers, which we call PERILOS, which records fatalities from natural hazards comprehensively back to 1900. The other data set is the ICA disaster list, and we use this on a normalised basis, both fatalities and the disaster list. And the disaster list records financial losses from today back to that 1966-67 financial year. So on a normalised basis, we've then drawn out of the analysis here disasters which meet a threshold based upon the temporal boundaries of 1 quarter, so that each one of these events are occurring within 1 month of the event which occurs in sequence of each other, and also for the entire Australian continent in terms of the spatial dimensions. So essentially we then pull out events which meet the threshold here of 50 normalised deaths with the normalisation to the 2017-18 financial year, and or 1 billion normalised loss or greater of the 2. And so what you can see here is that over that period of time from 66-67 to the financial year, which is just past 2019-20, there has been 8 compound disaster events. When we search for a trend, there is no clear trend in this data, but certainly what we can draw from this is these compound disaster events, of which one would say are of significant magnitude, certainly do occur and have occurred at a frequency in the Australian context previously.
You, just as a last point, before I turn back to the Commissioners, having identified those compound disaster events and seeing that they're associated with the highest seasonal losses in terms of both insured financial losses and fatalities, you then draw some conclusions if we can go back to the document itself, it's RYC 501-001-0003 at page 13. You state here, I think this is the right extract, that there's a need to conceptualise catastrophes from a national perspective, given that they will require responses across Australia, states and territories and the Commonwealth and most likely international organisations. This piece of research work was directed, Mr. Gissing, to capability assessments and capability gaps. What did you draw, what conclusions did you draw from in the course of this report?
Yeah, certainly that conclusion. So essentially we would sum up our entire research by needing to adopt a change in our approach to disaster management from an all hazards, all agencies approach in Australia to a nationwide all hazards, whole of community approach to natural disasters. So nationwide, reflecting that we do need to look collectively across our jurisdiction as to how we respond to catastrophic disasters, be they one-off events or compounding disaster events into the future. The all hazards being, obviously that we are in a multi-risk country. We have multiple forms of risks, and as our research also concludes, we need to take a multi-risk approach to risk assessment into the future. And the whole of the community recognising that in these catastrophic events, it is not just government that is taking the lead and responding to these, but also the whole of society. So particularly the roles that community organisations play, businesses will play, but ultimately communities themselves as first responders, and the need for emergency plans to adopt this whole community approach and to recognise that, in the realism of the response, that coordination and collaboration with these other organisations will be absolutely necessary. If we take the response to Hurricane Katrina in the US, there was over 500 different organisations involved. in that response and recovery effort, and perhaps that there could have been more. So you can see there the overall need to collaborate in terms of capability and capacity across our country.
Commissioners, I know at the time, but there's still some time for questions of the four panellists.
Yeah, and I think that summary right at the end there, a national catastrophe is a national response. And so I like the Hurricane Katrina analogy, even though that didn't happen in this country. I think there's a lot of good lessons out of that we should be able to draw off. Commissioner McIntosh, have you got any questions?
Nothing for me, Chair.
Commissioner Bennett? No. And I also note definition of a catastrophe has imagination in there. I think with the information that is available out there, you don't need much imagination to see what could face us in the future, and therefore I think I wouldn't say that that's an excuse not to be prepared. So I do appreciate the last hour and a bit. Gentlemen, you are depressing when I look at all that information, but it has been very, very useful, and it will help us in this last couple of weeks in our consideration and recommendations to government. So we appreciate your time again today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
They can all be released from the summons, please.
They can all be released from their summons. Thank you very much. And with that, we will adjourn till 1400 Canberra time.
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Commission has now resumed. Please be seated.
Ms Hogan-Doran, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair and Commissioners. Our afternoon panel consists of Mr Peter Jennings, the Executive Director of the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, or ASPI, a position he has held since May 2012. Mr Jennings has worked at senior levels in the Australian Public Service on defence and national security. As you know, he previously was Deputy Secretary for Strategy of the Defence Department from 2009 to 2012. Has been Chief of Staff to the Minister for Defence 1996 to 98, and was Senior Advisor for Strategic Policy to Prime Minister Howard in 2002 and 2003. Our second member of the ASPI is Mr John Coyne, who is Head of Strategic Policing and Law Enforcement and Head of the North and Australia Security. He has a background in transnational serious organised crime, national security and counter-terrorism, having worked in intelligence and national security for over 25 years. He's been a Winston Churchill Fellow and a Vincent Fairfax Fellow, and is a member of the Global Initiative Against Transnational Organised Crime and the ANU Criminology Industry Advisory Group. Mr Coyne and Mr Jennings co-authored a book, After COVID, Australia and the World Rebuild, which was published by ASPI in late May 2020. And I'll just have that shown to you, Commissioners. It's on the screen now. It's for the benefit of the transcript. That's RCN 900 135 0074. And you'll see it's a collection of chapters on all aspects of the Federation and Australia and the complex landscape it faces. We're also joined this afternoon by a third panel member, Mr Mark Crossweller, who is, as you know, is the former head of the National Resilience Task Force, a former head of EMA, and he gave evidence, you may recall, in hearing block 3, I think. I'd be wrong about that. 2, hearing block 2. Commissioners, I call Mr Jennings, Mr Coyne and Mr Mark Crossweller.
Mr Jennings, Mr Crossweller, Mr Coyne, thank you for joining us this afternoon.
You're welcome. Thank you, Commissioners. Thank you, Commissioner.
Associate Mr Jennings will affirm, as will Mr Crossweller, and Mr Coyne will take an oath.
Thank you. Mr Jennings, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr Coyne, do you swear by Almighty God that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Mr Crossweller, do you solemnly and sincerely declare and affirm that the evidence you shall give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. I could start with you, Mr Crossweller. What we, and Mr Jennings and Mr Coyne, what I propose to do today is to take you through some aspects of our draft propositions. We thank you for the feedback that you have given us over the recent week in respect of them, and there are some of them either through feedback you've given or others have given that we would like to take up with you and seek your counsel. Now, Proposition A2, if I can have that shown. Mr Crossweller, you were formerly head of the National Resilience Task Force, and we can see here in A2 that we had proposed that natural disaster risk reduction and resilience is a shared responsibility between individuals, private enterprise, not-for-profit organisations and all levels of government. And I said in my opening yesterday that the Australian Red Cross commented that whilst responsibility for these measures is shared, it doesn't mean it's equal, that it's equally shared. And I wondered if you could just expand on how the National Disaster Risk Reduction Framework approached that question.
Certainly, Council and Commissioners. In essence, we took the view, informed by experience, by academic research, by the opinions of learned colleagues, that the emphasis on equally shared is unrealistic and unsustainable. Institutions create society, make the big decisions about where and how we place ourselves upon the landscape, and citizens participate in that through democratic processes to varying degrees and levels. But at the end of the day, those big decisions are made not by the individual themselves, but they often find themselves in a space of being at risk. So probably a practical example, Council, is that, and it was in the media a couple of months ago, is the northern suburbs of Wagga is a prime example of, it's now rated as a 1 in 8 year flood plain. That it has a levee that can cope with 1 in 8 year flooding, I think, and that's about it. The comment in the media was, well, the residents should know that, and they shouldn't live there or shouldn't have purchased there if it's such a flooding problem. But the difficulty is that the residents that do live there largely, not exclusively, but largely are of the lower socioeconomic levels in society, and often can't afford to live anywhere else or cannot afford to trade out once they discover that they live in a risk area. And so I think to say to residents that live in areas where institutions have made decisions on behalf of society which are risky, that those people share equally in the risk, is not a true statement. It also puts them in a position of not being able to fulfil what are quite high standards of resilience expectations by governments and other entities, to be a certain way, to prepare a certain way. That's fine if you have half a chance if the risk is reasonable, but if the risk is unreasonable because of the institutional decision making that's predicated or preceded it, then it's almost impossible to be resilient. And so the task force took the view that in order to help resilience, we needed to get as much harm out of the system as possible. And to get harm out of the system, it was to re-examine the decision-making process. It was to re-examine the knowledge base for which those decisions are made. And in Australia, that is suboptimal. Our capacity to understand risk is not as good as it could be. Risk, of course, exists independent of knowledge. So whether we know about it or not, it's present in an anticipatory sense. It becomes manifest, of course, when the hazards turn up. The accountability for those decisions was clouded. The governance arrangements to deal with those decisions and the accountability, and the investment pathways were all clouded and uncertain. Yet the narrative around citizen responsibility was pretty clear, that we expected citizens to be responsible for the risks on their property or the risks around their property. But once you move away from the citizen and you move into the institutional framings, it gets very cloudy very quick. And I think that given that those big decisions are what's really causing us the biggest grief at the moment, where and how we've placed ourselves upon the landscape, citizens may well participate in that through democratic processes, but they are not the decision makers. And more often than not, their values are not fully considered in that decision-making process. So values around prosperity and other factors often take precedence over values around hazard mitigation or risk reduction. Citizens rarely get an opportunity to fully participate in those processes as well. So, Council, I think in summary, it's not equal. It should never be considered as an equal proposition. My career experience over 35 years would tell me that rarely have I ever met a person who didn't want to or wasn't doing the very best they could in the most adverse of circumstance within the resources available to them. Now, they may not have done it to the standard of the government or the wishes of the agencies, but it's not to say they weren't participating. And it was very rare to see someone who had done nothing. That did exist, of course, but it was very rare. And so I think we've set a gold bar or a standard for citizens that is becoming increasingly difficult to achieve, because the hazard landscape, or the risk landscape more precisely, is becoming more problematic because of the institutional decisions that are being made in that regard.
Can I also just take you to B1, which concerned mitigating and adapting to the impact of natural disasters? Now, we have already seen evidence, and it's been accepted essentially across the board by those who responded to the propositions, including by states and territories and the Commonwealth, that natural disaster risk is increasing across Australia. It's growing due to intensifying natural hazards under a changing global climate and increasing exposure and vulnerability of individuals and communities. In those circumstances, looking to mitigation and adaptation to the impact of those natural disasters when they do come, what's the level of risk understanding to enable that mitigation and adaptation to come to take place in Australia, starting at least from a policy point of view? What sort of understanding do we have at this moment?
So the word subsidiarity, which is in the recommendation, is an interesting word. It necessarily, I think it devolves responsibility to the lowest practical and sensible level, which makes sense, but often what doesn't follow it are the equities of power, wealth and resource to give effect to that subsidiarity. So we often see intentionality through planning for that to occur, but not much follows it really, is the first thing I would say. The second thing I would say is that we still don't have a good grasp at the national level of what our risk profile actually looks like. But if you were to, do an audit or make an inquiry at the regional or state level about a more sophisticated analysis of risk, you would find pretty big gaps. The task force looked at that and took the view that it was difficult to do, but what was actually more important was the addressing of vulnerability. And that if we understood our vulnerability as a nation to natural hazard effects, we would effectively be dealing with the risk. And that, because that goes to the heart of the issue of decision making, the consideration of values and whose values, and the knowledge base required in order to make those decisions. So we can understand risk and then come at it from a hazard perspective, which is what most people do, of course, and in so doing not touch on any of the vulnerable aspects of the risk equation at all. So I think understanding the risk profile is important, but I think understanding what and who is vulnerable, where and when, is probably a more important question. It does necessarily then lead to policy decisions around structural decisions, economic and social decisions that can give people the best chance to exercise their agency in anticipation of these hazards when they manifest. So I think that would be my response, Council, that at the national level, risk it's understood at the very meta level that we have fires, floods, cyclones and storms. That's fine. If you try to get a national bushfire risk map, it doesn't exist at the moment. I know there's efforts underway to do that. If we wanted to get a comprehensive understanding of the floodplains of Australia, well, there's some data on that, of course, but is it contemporary? Probably not. And I think the Commission of Inquiry after the Queensland floods showed that, some flood mapping, I suspect it's been improved since then, but was going back to the 1950s. For example, and there were local government areas making planning decisions on 1950s flood data. So I think the data sets, the data quality, the data access and capacity to be consumed through machine learning and AI needs an enormous amount of work to improve the knowledge base. But I'd just come back to the point that I think we've really got to get a handle on what is actually vulnerable and necessarily understand, as part of that equation, what is valuable to the Australian society or to Australian communities. And that necessarily is a difficult question to ask, but a necessary one, and it will flow on probably to further answers I'll give later on about notions of loss.
Peter Jennings, can I go to you? Mark Crosswaller just spoke about risk profile, and a number of the risks that he has mentioned are those that are climate risk driven, the natural hazards, and of course that follows from the scope of, in terms of reference of this inquiry. But if you were asked to describe the risk profile of Australia, what are the kinds of risks that you would be pointing to?
Well, thank you, Council. It certainly is a wider set of risks than natural disasters. I think we now, as a result of the COVID experience, are quite attuned to understanding the problems of dealing with pandemics. Of course, this is the latest one, but there have been a regular series of pandemics over the years. Increasingly, also, we're aware of risks to the cyber backbone of national infrastructure, the national economy and society as a whole, which has created a type of vulnerability that we really haven't had in Australia, since the last decade. And then I think we've also become very aware of supply chain risks and the fact that economic convenience and cost has really driven pretty much all the countries of the world to a point of extreme dependence on a just-in-time supply chain, which can find itself threatened through a whole variety of factors that now need, I think, proper coordination, proper consideration. And then finally, let's think of military security and the broad, everything spanning terrorism to conventional state-on-state conflict, which I think, if anything, according to the government's most recent strategic update, is becoming a more serious consideration for short-term planning. So the risk horizon, or the risk map, if I can put it that way, is broad. It covers many factors that go well beyond natural disasters, but does so in a way which can quickly swamp the capacities of state and territory governments, and even the federal government for that matter, if the risk is big enough and the threat immediate enough.
And in terms of assessments of that risk profile, in the early hearings we talked about the crisis management framework, and we've got a NatCat plan, we've got a natural catastrophe plan, and then the Commonwealth disaster plan. But what is the overarching strategic framework that draws upon all those risks that you've identified, that risk horizon, and maps out the way in which that will be investigated and then provided for?
Council, I don't think at the strategic level such a national framework exists right now. I think what we have across the federal system are silos of excellence which are responsible for particular areas of that risk map. So obviously defence focuses very much on the military spectrum of threats. We have health and medical infrastructure which looks at pandemics. There is really nothing that I think effectively draws that together into a single framework that would be amenable for high-level strategic consideration through a cabinet or a national security committee.
What does to what extent does the Office of National Intelligence provide at least some or part of that capability?
Well, the Office of National Intelligence provides intelligence analysis to government. A great deal of that is what I would describe as sort of tactical intelligence, which is impacting on events of the day. And then there are longer national reports, which ONI is responsible for producing, which can cover the gamut of national security interests that government would be interested in. Of course, it's important to underline the point that ONI's remit is intelligence. Intelligence reporting and assessment. It does not stray into the area of making policy recommendations for government. In other words, the conclusions that government might wish to take from understanding the intelligence basis. And I think it's not doing a disservice to ONI to suggest that also its traditional remit is very much around geopolitics and economic analysis. It's perhaps got less to add in the current conversation around natural disasters or indeed pandemic risk. Those are specialist areas which I think have not been really seen to be part of a traditional national security approach. And now we might need to consider how these things can be factored into a broader all-risk assessment.
I want to develop that with you in the course of the afternoon. Just before we leave it, You lead the Australian Strategic Policy Institute, but you mentioned before the provision of intelligence on tactics. What's the difference, just sort of at a definitional level, if I may, between strategy, operation and tactics, and perhaps your background with defence might assist us here?
Thank you, Council. Well, I'm glad you asked me that question. There are members of the Royal Commission who will understand this, of course, very well. But with my defence background, I do tend to incline to a defence approach which does think about responding to the risk of conflict at three different levels: tactical, the theatre and operational, and the strategic level. And so to take them in that order, tactical matters might include specific activities which are planned by military units directly engaging an enemy. So a patrol deployed in Afghanistan, for example, may be engaged in tactics. Theatre or operational level activities might encompass a whole range of military activities going on across a broad theatre where many tactical engagements are occurring. So, for example, when the Australian Defence Force was active in the Middle East, we had theatres of operations in Afghanistan and Iraq that were being commanded by a headquarters that was deployed to the United Arab Emirates that was itself working with the Joint Operation Command in Bangalore in New South Wales. And then back in Canberra at the time, we had, of course, a strategic level of command, and that was focused on reporting to top-level decision makers in government on such things as longer-term geopolitical trends and what that might mean for Australia's defence interests, on how to allocate resources, on how to develop the military capabilities that we would need to deal with strategic risks, and then on stress testing the current arrangements to see how adequate they might be. So in other words, Council, three quite different levels of thinking about risk in a defence sense that is a sort of second nature to how people in a defence organisation think about their business. My suggestion would be that a similar approach could well be contemplated in terms of dealing with national natural disaster arrangements. At the moment, what I see looking at this area is an intense focus on dealing with the tactical problems of whatever the immediate crisis might be, and what you could call a sort of an operational level focus on getting ourselves prepared for the next disaster season. What I see less of is our ability to think in a strategic way about how we might be dealing with that national natural disaster picture 5 years from now or 10 years from now. Because depending on the answers that you're able to establish to that question, might well impact, for example, on investment decisions that you want to make about the best way to spend our money to mitigate those forthcoming problems. So that is my thought on that, Council, is that an approach which also looks at this particular challenge at a strategic level into the medium and long term is something that seems to be only partially present in our current arrangements, and some thought might well need to be given to how we increase the Commonwealth's capacity to consider those types of longer-term strategic problems that affect all of the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. I'll take you further on that second part of your answer in a little while. Mr. Coyne, can I come to you just on that similar question? We've heard from Mr. Jennings on the difference between strategy, operation and tactics, and the different levels and resourcing consequences that there are for having those different capabilities. Your background is in policing. Are there insights from policing that could carry over into the way in which one would approach arrangements for national natural disasters, from your point of view?
Thank you, Councillor. Look, from my perspective, having been worked with in a similar place as Peter Jennings in terms of defence, and then later in seeing policing, there is some very experienced big differences, and as characterised by Peter, which is that there's some big differences in it with the very operational focus between police and, say, military. And in a similar way, we see this in the emergency management in the agency's approach and the activities of states and territories. Partially, and I think I guess it's important to note this, which is emergencies like law enforcement and policing have a strong political value at the state and territory level, and I think that makes them particularly difficult to deal with and around control especially. However, what we do see is a great deal of cooperation at the operational level in the law enforcement space. And I've noticed even in my own doctoral studies and academic work, there has been a real move to a starting move in law enforcement to a more strategic focus. But it's yet to truly get there. But that already in terms of cooperation, a good example of that might be for that operational move is that for many years, all of the law enforcement agencies in this country each had a different ammunition requirement. Okay, so they'd buy ammunition which wasn't in the interest of anyone in terms of cost savings. So that has been resolved over the last 12 months, which has brought about an early low-hanging fruit approach. So if you take that. I guess my experience, Councillor, is if you take an evolutionary approach, then you will get low-hanging fruit advantages from this, but you're not necessarily going to get the sorts of big thinking that we mentioned in after COVID at the publication. We're not going to get that same big country thinking that we really think that there is an opportunity to have here right now.
When you use the analogy of not having the same ammunition, we've certainly heard evidence in this Royal Commission of problems with interoperability of radio communications and so on in emergency services between states and even within states. In terms of the just on that aspect, because it is part of the broader terms of reference, how was that admittedly low-hanging fruit problem resolved within the policing community, just for information?
Look, Councillor, I'll give two answers to that. The first one is that a long-term investment in cultural change. So the Commonwealth invested in the Australian Institute of Police Management at Manly, which created and sent senior officers for many years from all of the jurisdictions to work closely together on senior management courses, and I think that created a culture of change. Mm-hmm. Secondly, the formation of the Australian-New Zealand Policing Association, where the commissioners get together and they have research as a board structure. It is not without its own unique challenges. So it is, rule of managing by consensus with such a broad board is always incredibly difficult. So, you do have a tendency of an evolutionary approach. But I think ultimately, Councillor, Commissioners, I think it was that combination of the two things, which is joint training at those senior levels down to mid-level levels, and secondly, having a mechanism where you can have joint research undertaken across the law enforcement community, indeed including New Zealand.
Mr. Coyne, what you've just said makes me go to Mr. Crossweller. What we've just heard then is a consensus body of leaders seeking to come together to drive policy change and also have operational decision making. Mr. Crossweller, in the context of COSC and the proposal that it be transitioned from being a subcommittee of the board of AFAC to reporting into ANZEMC. Is ANZEMC the right home for COSC? And I don't know whether that leads to issues says something about COSC, or whether that says something about ANZEMC, or both.
I suspect the latter is possibly true. Look, I think culturally there's always that tension between policy and operations, and it exists in public service, and I think it exists wherever you've got operational agencies and departments that own the policy agenda, and that interface is very difficult, of course, and I think depending upon which side of the fence you're on, the side of the fence you're on will generally claim the supremacy of the issue. And I think so there's a cultural tension there, which I've certainly observed over many years in this sector. The fact of the matter is effective policy needs accurate operational context, and effective operations needs a sound policy basis. So they actually have to work together. I think if ANZ-EMC was constituted properly, in terms of a good balance between operational and policy-minded thinkers, if it was put together like a board of management, so in other words, it sought the necessary competencies to manage the agenda for which it was tasked to achieve, instead of simply holding positional authority or position by jurisdiction, then it probably would be the right place to report. But at the moment, because of those cultural tensions, and I think that there are an operational issue that maybe needed to be considered by ANZ-EMC, but you'd have to question whether ANZ-EMC, not being disparaging of any member, but because of its constitution, was it in fact able to make any operational insights or recommendations. And I think back in 2013, when they rejected the proposition then of an operational committee as part of ANZ-EMC, really did force AFAC and EMA, I was part of that, to seek an alternative fora in which to advance those critical issues of catastrophic disaster planning and all those things that they've since taken up. So there was a need, of course. The structure and the system didn't see it or couldn't accommodate it, so it had to go off into a different paddock. I don't think that's fundamentally changed. I think the need is still there. But I think where does it live? Well, I think if ANZ-EMC was properly shaped and constituted and profiled, probably that would be appropriate. Alternatively, it could have a direct reporting relationship with the new EMA and the new Crisis Coordination Centre if it took on a broader and more sophisticated and strategic role. And it may not need to necessarily have that sort of more regular interface with the policy officers that could be looking at the longer term strategic and broader social and economic and structural issues that need to be attended to. So I think the problem at the moment, Council, is that I think the existing arrangements are constraining, and to try to put this thing back into an existing constrained arrangement, which rejected it in 2013, is probably not going to work. I think the whole thing needs to be reshaped in the context of some of the evidence that Peter's just given in relation to strategic thinking and positioning this thing for a much longer term consideration of all levels of government.
Peter Jennings, can I go back to you? And I saw you nodding your head at times in response to Mr. Crossweller's response. What's your reaction to that?
I certainly agree with Mark's assessment here. There is, of necessity, a constructive relationship needs to be created between a strategic part of a system and the operational and response part of a system. I'm a strategic policy guy. That's what I've done over the course of my career, and I've seen this type of relationship work very effectively. For example, when I and a defence colleague ran the East Timor Policy Unit, dealing with the government level of management of the East Timor crisis in '99, and I played a role in quite a lot to do with Iraq and Afghanistan in a similar way, with a strategic core and an operational element, learning how to work together. They do bring different perspectives to bear. What I don't see right now in all of the machinery that's currently in contemplation at state and Commonwealth level is that a shop that is capable to do and has the remit to do strategic thinking for the long-term policy challenges presented by natural disasters. There's probably a number of different ways that could be designed and a number of different ways it could be housed, but it seems to me that a strategic policy shop which is actually thinking about the 5 to 10 year picture needs to be intimately engaged with, but separate from a coordination cell that is responsible for actually bringing the states and the federal government together. And again, needs to be sitting close to, but somewhat separate from, the crisis management aspects of dealing with today's problem. We have two of those things right now in Home Affairs in the form of EMA and the coordination function and the crisis management machinery, I think the challenge here is to think about how to significantly strengthen the Commonwealth's capacity to undertake that strategic policy thinking. And it is the core of that thinking which ultimately becomes an area that has to then be coordinated across all the other relevant jurisdictions. But for mine, that is a new piece of government machinery which needs to be developed.
Appreciating what you say about there might be different ways in which this might be implemented, but in terms of the principles of the design of this capability, is an important aspect of that reporting and how that information is then fed up to the national leadership, be it the Prime Minister, him or herself, or the National Cabinet, as we've seen during the global pandemic.
Yes, so the design is always important, Council, absolutely vital. And I think if we're talking about a new area of policy where there may be some, shall we say, issues of turf or reservation on the part of other players about how this beast is going to be able to operate, what this machinery is going to need to be successful, I think, is a direct connection to the Prime Minister. I think they need to have a remit which comes directly from the Prime Minister, and that's important because, as has been made very, very clear in the last 12 months or so, when you have a major national problem of a type we saw with the bushfires and which we're now seeing with the pandemic, it is the Prime Minister who is going to be the leader of the nation in terms of bringing the country through that experience. So the Prime Minister's authority is absolutely critical. I also think, Council, that structurally it would be advisable to give a new body, if one was going to be created, a statutory basis, because that will create a very firm point of authority for the people that populate this structure to operate and to understand what their remit is. It gives a natural basis of authority for the person who would become the head of the organisation to engage with counterparts in the states and territories, and clarity around their functions and what they do. And there are plenty of models of that. The Office of National Intelligence is one, the way the Federal Police, the way ASIO operate, they draw their strength from the clarity of the acts which created them or structured them. And really the test here is this problem set that we're talking about here in terms of national coordination of natural disasters, is this big enough and important enough to warrant that sort of approach? Now, my answer is I think that is very clearly the case. I think that's demonstrated in the material that the Commission has been producing just in the last few weeks. That yes, indeed, we have something here which is deserving of the highest level of national priority. And at the end of the day, in our system, that means the Prime Minister will naturally want to be shaping and leading how this structure should operate.
In terms of principle of design, you mentioned some functions. What would be the principles that would inform the functions? Should it be in terms of what it can deliver, or should it be something that is formed by an understanding of how it would be shaped within the public service? So, to put it in a different way, you've spoken about it having the authority that it would have from being put on a statutory basis, and that it would have a reporting line or being directly connected to the Prime Minister. Does that mean within the existing system of government that it needs to stay within Home Affairs, or does it need to be elsewhere?
Council, we have now put into the Department of Home Affairs a range of national functions which quite clearly see the Prime Minister leading. And that includes our counter-terrorism arrangements and a range of matters to do with critical infrastructure. So I think that's a debate that one can have. For my choice, if I was designing the structure, I think that I would take it out of Home Affairs, give it its independent act, and have a direct reporting relationship between the person who is the head of this new body and the Prime Minister directly through the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Why do that? Well, I think it simply reflects the level of priority that should be accorded this issue in the light of our recent history. I suspect it probably also works to the Prime Minister's instincts about what type of leadership is required here. So that would be my suggestion. I might just make the point also, though, that none of that is inconsistent with an approach which says that ultimately this is natural disaster response is still something that is primarily state, territory led function. But I think the new element is that we are now recognising that there are a range of disasters that we may have to respond to which can only be handled at the national level because of their size and scope. And indeed, if that is the case, and it's likely to be the future, well, then the Commonwealth needs to increase its capacity to aggregate and understand the intelligence base and information base on which policy recommendations can be shaped for government. And so this takes us beyond simply a coordination function, which I think is primarily what we at the federal level have been locked in to providing over the last, over the history really of the EMA. If it were the case that the disasters we were contemplating didn't need that level of scale, it might be possible to not do it. I noticed in the evidence that Secretary Gaetjens gave when he was speaking to the Commission, he did make the point, well, what if you created a body like this and then the problems didn't arise? You'd soon lose its sort of force and value. And, my reaction to that was to think, well, gosh, wouldn't that be a fantastic outcome if we managed to get such a good quality approach to natural disaster management that we no longer needed that organisation. But in fact, I think that the evidence would seem to suggest that the opposite is true, and that we're likely to continue to have to deal with a range of factors, some of them climate-related, but now also, I think, health-related, supply chain-related, cyber-related. And so all of these things really do suggest that, there is, I think, time for a bit of new machinery of government to support an emerging and serious level of threats to Australia.
Mark Crosswell, I'll go to you in terms of your thoughts on a new machinery of government. You were former head of EMA. EMA in that time was exercising a coordinating role and operating the Crisis Coordination Centre and calling meetings of the Australian Government Crisis Coordination Committee. But there has been developed a resilience initiatives, and you've been driving those, and those are presently within EMA. What's your view first in terms of what Peter Jennings has foreshadowed is the changes that are needed to the machinery that delivers on these answers to, or at least an appreciation of disasters on a national scale?
So I agree with all points that Peter raised. I think we've now surpassed the tipping point. I think hazard and risk base had been anticipated in this way for a number of years. It's now manifest, and I think climate projections alone would suggest that these are, as to your own words, more intense and more frequent. But to the head of Prime Minister and Cabinet's observation, if we go back through the course of history, these things turn up about every 4 or 5 years at the national level or close to national level. So that's really the interim periods are fairly short. Not so much the Canberra fires, but around about 01, 02, 02, 03 was significant fire activity in much of eastern Australia. 2009 in Victoria, 2010, 11 in Queensland, 11, 12 in Queensland. And so it goes on. So there's more than enough activity in that hazard space alone, let alone cyber, supply chain risk and the other factors that Peter mentioned. So I would agree with Peter. I think in terms of resilience and recovery, I think it's a similar thing. If I take recovery as a slice of that proposition, we are still a long way behind on recovery capacity and capability. Our anticipatory capacity in that space is nowhere near where it needs to be. And what I mean by that is that in the operations space and the crisis management space, we try and anticipate the future and position for it. In the recovery space, we need to anticipate our history. And what I mean by that is we need to anticipate loss. We are going to lose things in these events. We already are, of course. Now, nobody wants to think about that, but it's still a reality. And in the context of contemplating loss or an anticipated history, we necessarily have to ask ourselves, and this needs leadership, on what is in fact valuable to the Australian community. And from what is valuable to the Australian community, what's tradable in the context of loss and what's not tradable? What is it that we actually genuinely value? Now, they're difficult processes, but they can be done. And there's examples of this at the macro level in climate change with Kiribati or Kiribati, depending upon how you use the term, and Tuvalu. One country's decided to relocate its sovereignty to Fiji once the sea level rise hits a certain threshold point, and the other country's decided to build seawalls and try and hold their territory. So they've anticipated loss, and they've made decisions well ahead of time about what to do about it. And I think what I saw in the recovery space this year was a very, very deficient understanding of what was valuable in local community, such that when it came time for recovery, that question was necessarily had to be asked, but we didn't know the answers. So we've had to work it out post-event, post-impact. Now, values change over time, but anticipatory processes can help to narrow them and help to focus them in on how you inform public policy. And they also counsel values may well be quite dispersed and socially and culturally driven prior to a disaster, but they generally speaking become quite universal after it. So there are a core set of values that people subscribe to, which I think we need to respond in a public policy context. So on the recovery framework alone, I think so much more could be done in public policy to anticipate these events sensibly so, but realistically so, and do something about it. Likewise with resilience, to our earlier points, and the Commission has made this point in its draft propositions and insights, that disasters are essentially caused by where and how we place ourselves and the extent to which we absorb or accommodate the natural forces of nature or human perils and threats. That necessarily requires a whole of society response and a whole of government response. I think the constraint we found in the task force was that culturally people saw resilience as an emergency management problem. And emergency management simply does not have the reach across government into First Ministers, to Treasury, to Finance, to Premier and Cabinet or Prime Minister and Cabinet. It just simply doesn't have it. And nor should it, just quietly, as a function. It's probably not appropriate. But resilience has a different role. And I think, therefore, structurally, that yes, there does need to be some amendments. And as the Commission has suggested in its propositions, I think it should be fully supported.
Can I just show H25? This was the proposal of a single scalable standing national body responsible for natural disaster resilience and recovery. The Commonwealth in its response has supported this proposition, I think in principle, but has added in relief. Now, relief is in a sense a subset of recovery, but it happens as the response is essentially underway. There's a timing aspect to it that is important because of, amongst other matters, the need to coordinate, but also in terms of the Commonwealth's assistance, those resources are more likely than not to be provided by the Australian Defence Force and its capabilities. First, if I could just go to you, Mr. Croswell, do you see any difficulty in relief being included in such an agency?
In principle, no. If it's financial relief and government program relief, I think if it's the deployment of the Defence Force for immediate relief activities, I think that's a crisis management traditional role, if you like. So I think on the financial relief provided by the Commonwealth Government is extensive and complex in how it's assessed and how it's applied. Certainly, any operational agency would not want to be distracted by the complexity of such assessment. So I think it does sit in recovery and resilience in that regard. But I think the deployment of physical resource to apply relief in that context is a response, preparedness response side of the equation, if you like. So I think there's a distinction that's quite important there.
Peter Jennings, do you agree with that distinction? And if you do agree with that distinction, how does then government coordinate between those two agencies? One which is presumably still within EMA, perhaps with additional capabilities and resourcing and elevation within the machinery of government, and on the other hand, a national agency separately appointed.
Well, Council, I think that realistically it's important to understand that what we are talking about here is a spectrum of necessary activities, which includes anticipation and preparation, resilience building, crisis management and response, mitigation and recovery. And they are all clearly connected and represent different points and sometimes simultaneous points of a cycle that will play out over a period of time. And therefore, however these entities are structured, they have to be connected. A second principle, I think, is that, and this has come out in evidence from Michael Pizzullo and others, is that you're never going to be able to draw an organisational structure around every capability that's necessary to bring to bear when you are dealing with a crisis, or you're dealing with a potential crisis, a real crisis, and then recovery from it. And so it's the points of interactions and the cogs which are really very critical. Final observation I'd make would simply be to say that I think what would be really useful here at the federal level is to consider how do we establish a system which is going to be large enough in terms of critical mass to bring in the sort of people we need with the right levels of expertise and training across a range of different potential risks. How do we then offer those individuals, a compelling career structure which might make it possible for them to think about spending not simply one tour, as it were, but several jobs in an organisation, the opportunity to get a little bit more senior and more influential in shaping of policy outcomes. I think that's an important thing too. And my view on that would be that it's probably best not to fractionate those different spectrums of preparation, response and recovery into separate agencies, because they will all carry their bureaucratic overhead. If it's possible to somehow house these things in one entity that has a sufficiently broad remit, well, then you have created a structure which could well become a location where people would actually want to spend, a significant part of their careers. Also changing it in and out of federal and state levels as well. For a country the size of Australia, I think that's important. Because the real challenge here will be to attract the talent and skill base that you need. And I think the more you can do that in one agency, perhaps the more effective it will ultimately be.
Can I ask a related question? It seems to me that it would remain within EMA as the leader of the proposals we have for stress testing and scenario testing as a way to get some sense of whether the strategies and the plans that have been set underneath it might have some prospect of delivering on the objectives that have been set, both at a strategic level and in more narrow compass. propositions B21 to B23, propose those. If we just have those be brought up, we just have B21 brought up first. Operator, you should be able to see that now, gentlemen. One of the things that we have seen has been brought into sharp relief during the pandemic has been supply chain vulnerabilities, and I think you mentioned that at the outset, Peter Jennings. What has been proposed here is a range of scenarios being used, seeking to draw in the different kind of issues that we have seen during the Royal Commission, which might mean that would essentially test the best made plans and inform better strategic decision making and policy making in the long term. Within the existing Australian state and territory government framework, who would lead these joint and national scenario planning and exercises? Who would best lead these? I might start with you,
Councillor,
Pete.
you're directing that to me?
I am, sorry.
Yes, thank you. Well, I think it's quite possibly the EMA 2.0 or whatever the entity is that emerges from the government's considerations of your recommendations. I would make the point that you can use scenarios and desktop exercises for a variety of different functions. Some can be very tactical, which are all about tactics, techniques and procedures that you would be expected to be deployed perhaps at the level of first responders. Scenarios can also play an important role at the strategic level, but perhaps be slightly different in design and maybe directed towards a different audience. So, for example, I would quite like to do this myself, actually, sort of designing the scenario for the crisis that we will face in 2025 or the crisis that we will face in 2030 relating to, the next round of pandemics. So, what if COVID-19 comes back, with a significantly higher fatality rate than the dreadful pandemic that we're already experiencing? How would our systems deal with that? And if we thought there was a likely prospect of that, what steps would we be taking now in anticipation of that type of event? Or indeed, let's imagine a scenario around looking at a major cyber threat to Australian critical infrastructure of a type which is not simply about shutting down some businesses with ransomware, but actually shutting down the grid, shutting down the gas supply network, causing havoc in Australian hospitals, records management. That would be a really good scenario to take to government and say to the PM and ministers, hey, can we have half a day of your time to work your way through that particular type of strategic problem? And do the same then with department and agency heads. So strategic scenarios, I think, is very important. I'm not sure that there really is an entity right now that is geared to undertake that type of work, but it could well be EMA 2.0. And I think building some of that capacity to be testing current policy settings with some really difficult future strategic problems would be an immensely valuable thing to do. And then, of course, what government and every agency has to do after that is learn from them and ask themselves the questions, right, what would we be doing differently now if we actually thought that scenario for 2025 was a real possibility?
I note that B22 dealt with the lessons learned from those scenario planning and exercises and to use them proactively to, among other things, identify and mitigate risk, evaluate the plans. Although it does sound from what you've just told us that what we should also be including is evaluate the strategies and the long-term strategies, not just the sort of the more tactical and operational response considerations. John Coyne, can I?
That's right, Councillor.
Is that right? Is that right?
Sorry.
No.
It is right, Councillor, and I think it all works at, again, I'm sort of relying on my defence experience, but this works at the tactical level, the operational and the strategic level. But the strategic one is the one we do least, and we're least geared to actually roll out, and the one that we should probably work out hardest in order to get benefit from that type of futures thinking.
John Coyne, can I come to you in terms of these stress testing, just to get a sense of the mechanisms by which they might best occur? It's not going to be something that just the Australian government can do. It's going to, one would assume, necessarily involve the combat agencies and the resilience agencies at the states and territories, given their primary responsibility for response to natural disasters. In your experience, what are the kind of principles or issues that inform multi-jurisdictional exercises? You've got that background with counter-terrorism and policing.
Council, look, I think that this is part of it is about striking while the iron's hot. The further we get away from the current crisis of a fire season that was horrific and then a pandemic season, the CT or counter-terrorism works because to put it in a consulting form, there's a burning platform which forces people to cooperate together, and there's a real threat around that. I think the challenge with many of these, with emergency management, that high level thinking, is many people think that it's an activity that's best done when there's an emergency that actually occurs. And secondly, I think there's a great deal, Councillor, of and for good reason, of confidence within the states and territories, within the tactical capability of, for instance, the country fire associations, etc., to undertake their activities tactically. So, and there's a great deal of comfort in terms of being able to exercise at the operational level within the state. I think the CT lesson gives us, same as defence gives us, something a little bit different that we might need to change our assumptions and thinking, and that is that a lot of the times in terms of coordination, what we seem to be talking about and exercising is that the Commonwealth or the federal government is a place of last resort, where you go to get, when you've completely tapped out of firefighting capabilities, that's when the Commonwealth flies in to provide assistance and coordination. I think we need to take a very different approach, and this goes to Peter Jennings's conversations around that forward-leaning policy capability and the strategic exercising. What we actually need to be talking about is the strategic capabilities that can be brought to bear. Now, some of those may be existing capabilities within the federal government system. So by that, the helicopters is a good example. Or some may be that we need to develop ourselves. So, a reconnaissance helicopter is an expensive asset to put through the sky in support of providing close reconnaissance and surveillance for firefighting. So I think that sort of point of view is that sort of thinking is what needs to occur. Getting the various states and territory jurisdiction into that thinking is harder. And I think the very start point, though, is about what the discussions and exercises around those strategic capabilities as a good start point for that. Because without that, I don't think the states and territories would buy in the same way that they do with counter-terrorism.
You spoke about helicopters. I take it you're referring to deployment of part of the ADF's resource capability. What is your view in terms of the Commonwealth tapping into those sorts of capabilities to lead a national, well, not so much a national response, but to take a more proactive role going forward?
Look, I'm of two minds of that, and I'll say straight up, having been served as a military member, I'll tell you how military members think of that. The first one is that we're busy fighting or preparing to fight in conflicts and send rotations overseas on operations. So many will look at it as a diversion of away from valuable training. Unfortunately, I think that's an erroneous way to look at it. I think that there's a broader demand for strategic capabilities that are operated by the Commonwealth, and I think in many senses the ADF is a good place to raise, train and sustain those sorts of strategic capabilities. I use the helicopters as the example because, it might be that the future is that the Commonwealth needs to provide more helicopters to assist in firefighting and other emergency responses. But it's not good economic use of, high-end surveillance capabilities that have electronic fit-outs designed for war. So there are other cheaper options that ought to be and can be operated by the ADF. I think the bigger question here with those sorts of things is there is most definitely a place for ADF to provide support. What's not clear is and again to the evidence provided by Peter Jennings, what's not clear is the future vision for that. So defence work in decades long around capabilities, and I don't think there has been significant enough discussion of that. If we go to the strategic update or Defence's strategic update 2020, I think you see it touches upon this, but there's certainly not a granularity in what the requirements of the future will be. And I think that is a result, Council, of there being an absence of a white paper, an overarching strategy, or that capability we've talked about, which is that broad future-looking capability pulling this all together. So whilst I think that the exercising is critical to this, I think that we need to do much more around setting the ground rules right now before we get to that stress testing point.
Peter Jennings, what role do you think the ADF should have in not just being involved in these scenario testing but future planning and future capability in deployment?
Well, Council, the ADF and the wider defence organisation bring, a range of almost unique skill sets to bear, which I think means that federal government is always going to be reaching out to them to say, please be involved in dealing with the larger scale natural disasters. And those skills will range from command and control, communications, logistics support, right through to the very practical things we saw being delivered at fire fronts with heavy engineering capabilities, helicopter use of ships and so forth. And it seems to me that if we're in a world where the disasters are only going to get bigger, yes, it's true to say that Defence's core business is preparing to fight for conventional combat, but ultimately this conversation will be had. And so therefore I think the important thing to do is to structure it in a way that Defence is not compromising its ability to prepare for conflict, even at the same time as government might have higher expectations for it to be doing more in terms of disaster preparation. So to follow up with John's points about helicopters, an MRH-90 is a very expensive piece of kit to use for fire spotting. Why not think about what Defence could be doing, simply operating, cheaper, more civilian helicopters, but bringing to it the planning skills, the maintenance and support skills, the wider defence infrastructure, which only it can develop. I remember, Council, if I may have 30 seconds, when I was in the Defence Department engaging with the Australian Antarctic Division, which at one stage was thinking about whether or not it should actually run its own C-130 Hercules aircraft to provide support to our Antarctic operations. Now, imagine the costs of an entity as small as the Antarctic Division being called upon to do that. Where are they going to go to get these aircraft maintained, for example? Fortunately, that was a problem that went away. So to come back to your question, I think inevitably there is going to be a bigger, more consistent role for Defence in this. It is only ever going to be an adjunct to the much broader capabilities that are brought by the states through volunteer services. But the particular capabilities Defence brings are vital. And therefore the smart thing to do should be to enable discussion to shape what that might look like I don't think it would be anyone's appropriate role through the Royal Commission or to sort of start specifying what squadrons should look like or what elements should be added. But we need now, I think, to have this conversation. And my sense is that it will come out anyway because of the likely range of broad, nationally affecting disasters that we will be called upon to deal with in coming years.
Just on that point about the ADF being likely to be called upon to develop capabilities that would more than they have deployed in the past in the context of natural disasters. But how does that kind of consideration or proposal sit within a context of a deteriorating strategic environment? I mean, in your book, After COVID, you speak of that deteriorating strategic environment and how it has changed in a very short period of time, and perhaps perhaps those have underestimated the speed about which that strategic environment has changed. How are those two competing demands? There's the community expectations that the ADF will come in and play a significant role, a more significant role, as against a changing security risk, national security environment.
Yes, they sit together in a very uncomfortable way, Councillor, and to me, obviously, I'm expressing a personal view here. I cannot see any way out of that dilemma that doesn't involve, frankly, spending more money on defence to produce the larger defence force able to meet both of those objectives. One thing is very clear from the strategic update is that not a dollar less can be spent on preparing the Australian Defence Force for dealing with conventional military operations. That is clearly should not happen, must not happen, and won't happen. I think the government has a very clear understanding of that. On the other hand, we are also dealing here with a problem set around natural disasters. The literature around which would suggest is going to become a major strategic problem in its own right, quite separate to how nation states are operating. And we're just going to have to adjust ourselves to these two very uncomfortable realities. Perhaps one other final additional point to make here, Council, would simply be to say that I think as we look at our broader region, the Pacific Islands and Southeast Asia in particular, you are looking at a region which is going to be the epicentre of natural disaster risk going forward. And therefore we can expect to see in the normal course of events the Australian Defence Force being deployed to Indonesia to assist with volcanic eruptions and tsunamis, to the Philippines to deal with the impacts of hurricanes and so forth. So in other words, the one set of risks, the natural disaster picture, in all likelihood is going to have cascading second-order effects into the geopolitics of the region and how we think about more conventional strategic threats. And so this is a rather tangled collision of two problem sets that we're talking about. And the Australian Defence Force is in the spotlight of both of those things. Again, I think this is a reality that we governments will simply struggle with and seek to accommodate, probably ultimately by concluding that spending 2% or thereabouts of gross domestic product on defence is not sufficient to deal with the range of risks that we are dealing with, both geopolitical and of a natural nature.
John Coyne, you're head of the Northern Australia Security at ASPI. It seems from what Peter Jennings has just said that the climate risk and the security exposure with deteriorating strategic environment are very much to the fore to the north of Australia. And we had evidence this morning of, in the near term, because of the La Nina and the expectation of there being impacts from tropical cyclones and in the north and in Queensland in the coming summer. What do some of the insights that you have from that work? obviously Peter Jennings has spoken about the defence posture, which is really more in a readiness to respond area, as opposed to issues of preparedness and resilience that are faced in the north, and particularly in Darwin.
I might bring 3 points to bear on that one. The first one is about culture. Fortunately, the people of Northern Australia, and we make an interesting delineation at ASPI of using the line of north of 26 degrees south as the divider for Northern Australia, which takes you basically the bottom of Northern Territory across. Right. I think there's a really strong resilience culture in the north of Australia, particularly because of its remoteness, the challenges, the existing challenges and long-term challenges of its supply chains. And so as a result of that, you have a tendency, for instance, in Mallacoota during the fire emergency, where you had people running out of food within days, you have a cyclone hit, and most Territorians will have 14 days of dry food and bottled water, and not all, but most. So there's a really strong cultural component in the north. That said, it exemplifies the problems and some of the solutions in the way we can think about this, and fuel security is an interesting one. The Northern Territory, because of, and Peter Jennings made some references to this earlier in his evidence, which is that because of the nature of supply chains and just-in-time approaches to markets, fuel storage in Northern Territory, as a specific example, has reduced significantly. So the Vopak facility has probably around 30 days worth of liquid fuel supplies in Darwin. Now, if Cyclone, and as a theoretical, or hypothetical, if Cyclone Tracy 2.0 were to hit, and thankfully, hopefully it won't, again, if it hits on day one, just after the big ship arrives and fills the Vopak facility up, then we're probably pretty lucky we'll have 28 days worth of fuel supply there. If it hits on day 27, unfortunately we run out of fuel. And I think in many cases the supply chain is like that. Now, the final point of the solution, and to one which would be of interest to the Royal Commission and the Commissioners, which is that is the way we think. And that is that, so for instance, in last year, in 2019, a joint venture was going to establish and spend roughly about $180 million on establishing increase and quadruple the amount of fuel storage at Vopak for defence reasons and for resilience reasons. The challenge they had was to get someone to pay for it, and no one wanted to pay for that resilience. So defence didn't want to pay for more for fuel, and I'm simplifying a very complex argument, Council, but then what we saw at Osmin in DC, or Washington DC earlier this year, and it was an announcement that the Americans would in fact invest a large amount of money for a commercial facility to store fuel in our north. And I think the lens here is this, is that, we have a lot of money in the north in terms of the Northern Australian Investment Facility. We have some very specific requirements and a real drive to do big infrastructure investments in Australia. And I think that the sorts of big thinking we've highlighted in terms of the need for that future scanning is, and we highlighted again after COVID in several places, which is this really big thinking is what is needed, especially around resilience in the north. So in summary, Council, I think that the Northern Territory people and the Northern Australian people are pretty prepared for disasters and pretty resilient themselves to dealing with them at a cultural level. Unfortunately, their infrastructure and the market forces aren't going to assist them in that, and neither are they going to assist with the Commonwealth. And as to Mark's evidence as well on this, it may not necessarily be an EMA function, but I think someone needs to do this bigger sort of thinking around this so that we avoid the future cases of a Mallacoota where you have a single road in, so an infrastructure deficit and a lack of logistics to keep the town going.
Mark Crosswell, what's your reaction to that, and in particular your views on encouraging or harnessing investment in resilience measures?
So I agree with all those comments, and I think it sort of goes back to what the task force advised the government in relation to how risk is shared, that to John's point, that the citizenry of Northern Territory is quite resilient to the extent to which they can be, but if the system lets them down, if the infrastructure lets them down, or the long-term planning and strategic thinking hasn't been done, then really the citizens done their job, and the rest of the system kind of falls away. So this is probably the first point I make. The second point is that I think there's a lot to be said and done for looking at resilience through a different lens. So pathways to investment. There's a lot of capital in the market that is willing to invest in resilience initiatives. It knows, at least it thinks it knows, how to generate value or return on investment, such that those investments are attractive to the private sector. Some of those things are politically palatable, some are not quite so. I think most of them can be navigated, of course, with the right will and the right intention and the right strategy. So it's an area that's rarely been explored in public policy because it's been dealt with, I think, too much of a binary issue, or too black and white. The private sector says, government, you should pay for it. The government says, the private sector, well, that's your problem, it's your market, you pay for it. And I think there's a really sensible space in the middle that opens up a good public-private dialogue about what is sensible and what is sustainable in the context of a more resilient infrastructure and supply chain. The reality is that the cost of impact of natural hazards and other threats and perils is going up. And going up, I wouldn't say necessarily exponentially, but crikey, it's noticeable. And I think that has to be taken into account in terms of revisiting resilience and saying, well, is there a sensible rate of return or cost-benefit outcome that justifies a resilient investment? The thing that used to stop it in the past, Councillor, was the return period of the disasters was so rare as to not really warrant the contemplation of an economic decision. I don't think that's so true now. I think the interconnected and interdependent nature of our systems and our supply chains strongly suggests that you can have an impact in one part of Australia and it flows through to the rest of it. So I think we're so interconnected and interdependent that I think it needs a revisiting of what resilience investment really looks like. What do the rates of return look like, or the avoidable cost? And can we capitalise that avoidable cost and do something with it in the context of avoiding the impact altogether? But unless there's a forum for that dialogue to happen with the captains of industry and the government, which I think goes to Peter's point about the structural adjustments and the leadership and the agency and the statutory nature, then I don't think that conversation is ever going to be had. So it needs to be led at the highest level and it needs to be incentivised. And I think there are, certainly in my experience as head of task force, there are many willing players, not just finance, banking and insurance, but other sectors as well, that wanted that dialogue, that were genuinely interested in pursuing that discussion with the government.
Peter Jennings, the response to the propositions indicates that there is a consensus on many of them. In a sense, there's a national consensus on many of them. But on those in which there is not consensus, and if things are to change, it requires leadership. How can that be done? How can that best be done? And who needs to do it?
Well, I was just thinking in reflection to Mark Crossweller's comments, Council, that the idea of leadership in this space surely cannot be managed under the principle of subsidiarity. Leadership has to happen at many levels, but certainly at the federal level if the national problem is big enough and serious enough, and I think we're all in agreement that it is. Importantly, that doesn't have to be seen, it should not be seen as anything other than an opportunity to the states and territories. No one here is suggesting that they should lose their primary focus of response. Indeed, they are the only entities which have the capacity to do that, and the only people that can call on the volume of people to be able to do it. So what the Commonwealth really needs to be doing is gearing itself to provide thought leadership in this area, seeking to do this in as collegial a way as it possibly can, and I think we've seen some very reassuring instances of how that can be done through the National Cabinet. But I do think that one can build bureaucratic systems and processes to provide the raw material for government to make decisions, but ultimately it's the leadership of the Prime Minister, whoever that person is, which is going to be critical to making this a success across the whole of the Commonwealth. But I would just return to my point that at the moment one can sort of read between the lines and sense that in some states, in some jurisdictions, there is a concern that turf is about to be attacked and that positions are about to be lost. I don't think that's the case at all. I think what is really happening here is a need to apply some strategic imagination to understand the extent of the problems that we're likely to deal with. And it is really only the Commonwealth which is going to have the capacity to do that. So that should be seen as an unbeatable opportunity, not a problem to resist.
Thank you, Mr Jennings. Commissioners, I note the time and I know that you all have questions, so if I can yield the floor.
Oh, it's been excellent so far, and in fact, Council, you've done a great job working with Mr Jennings, Mr Croswell, Mr Coyne, bringing a lot of the conversation out. And so I've got a couple of questions. I've got one for Mr Jennings, but I'll go with that one second, and it's working in a coalition. And I'd just like to go to Mr Coyne first, and you talked about the national policing capability and the development over time. And the question I'm going to ask you might put you on a spot, and so I won't take offence if you say you can't answer it, but I'm going to ask for an observation or an assessment. And looking at national policing over from the period 2000 to 2020, over that time, where from observations, a lot of it came together. We had Olympic Games, a number of Commonwealth Games, CHOGMs, G20s, counter-terrorism, terrorism and counter-terrorism, Link Cafe and the like. And over the time, there was a lot of what was concerns with turf battles and Commonwealth assets working with state assets and jurisdiction issues and all that. But over time, that framework, to use a commonly used word in this Royal Commission, came together, and it's still got ways to go, but we're at a point now with the policing capability from a national view, after that 20-year development. If you were to overlay the emergency services and fire services nationwide along that continuum, from an observation, where would we be today nationally in comparison?
Commissioner, you've just put me on the spot, but I'm going to make a call, and I think that in comparison, we're somewhere around between probably September 11 and 2003, 2004. I think that we're early in our journey in that process. I think that there is still a great deal of and maybe I'll put it a little bit more colloquially, because having seen, there's still a fear of that losing that operational and tactical control. And I think that, look, even in the police's perspective, and I think that, and in terms, now it's about the relationship with the Commonwealth. I think Link Cafe gives a very good example of we have reached a point, and we're getting better all the time in that space. So, Link Cafe and the offer of Commonwealth resources and the potential use of defence is a good example, where decisions still, where it all fell is decisions still remain with the jurisdictions on how and when they engage on issues, even on CT matters. And that's even though with the great deal of success, for instance, with the joint counter-terrorism teams in each of the states, where you have this, they're working together on ASIO, AFP and the state and territory jurisdictions are working together on the same investigation. So I think it's an evolutionary journey, not a destination per se, and that's the rationale for it. But in terms of our emergency service, I think we're still really, I think we're really early in that journey. And I'm not an emergency services person, but, I think that what illustrates that is that the Commonwealth is still treated as a destination of last resort for assistance. Not a point of first call for collaboration.
No, thank you very much for that. Mr Croswell, Do you have an observation there, just from your perspective?
Thank you, Commissioner. Look, I do. I think I do agree with John. I'd say that in the scheme of things, historically, the other hazards, threats and perils have taken a more dominant political priority across the landscape, and emergency services are really, for want of a better word, run on the smell of an oily rag, really, sort of just got on with the job. But I think with the step change in the hazard space and the complexity and the conflation that's now going on, it warrants a strategic uplift. So I think they held their own in the context of the space in which they were operating. That's no longer appropriate, of course, so there's some catching up to do. But what tends to happen inside the system is that the hazards, threats and perils get stratified. And once you move away from the disaster season and the excitement that comes with it, then the natural hazards tend to be put to the bottom. And that's just what happens for whatever reason, bureaucratically, politically, or what have you. And so I think there's some structural and cultural factors that kind of leave it there, as well as a culture that tends to want to be left alone regardless anyway. So it's complex. But are they behind? Yes, they are. Do they need to catch up? Certainly. The causes for those that delay is complex, but I think that the manifest season of last summer and all that comes with it, warrants a step change, and I don't think anyone's going to argue with that, in principle or in detail.
Okay, thank you very much. So to build on that with Mr. Jennings, so putting previous hats on, if you go back to working in a coalition, hypothetical, with multiple jurisdictions, different priorities, in this case national priorities, different politics, different resources, different capabilities, capacities, and the like, how are the challenges managed in a coalition internationally, and are there lessons there that we can work across towards bringing those towards working across the Federation?
Well, thank you, Commissioner. I must say my experience of dealing with these types of problems in defence was that the organisation, frankly, was at its best when we were dealing with, the near and present danger of the requirement for a deployment in a military operation. And we saw that in Timor. We certainly saw it in Iraq and Afghanistan, working with friends and allies. And there is nothing like the pressure of an operational imperative to sweep away all of those problems of tribalism and turf that can otherwise be so slowing of good progress. I think we've now had that operational imperative delivered to us in the form of the sort of suite of challenges that we see with natural disasters. And I think that for Australia, we need to think about this not simply in terms of our domestic problems, but the leadership role that will be expected of us in our region, and the role that we can play with friends and allies around the world when they have to deal with these types of situations themselves. So, as you know very well, we've got I think, a tremendous relationship with the Americans and Canadians, where we will assist each other in the course of dealing with natural disasters at different seasons, according to their needs. I think that is a sort of a characteristic of how we operate in this environment, which is a really important one to further develop. And there's a role that we can play, Commissioner, assisting other countries to think through these challenges as well. California, for example, clearly faces the sorts of problems that we were 9 months ago. How can we work with them to think through the 5 to 10 year challenges that we're dealing with, based on the incredibly successful alliance relationship we have with the United States and the habits of interactions and collaboration. Thinking domestically, we've actually some of the best moments we've had in our bilateral relationship with Indonesia has been when we've reached out to each other to help as a result of the tsunami and as a result of other natural disasters that have happened. Same thing with Japan and the triple crisis. So, these are terrible moments that can lead to real advances in international cooperation. And I think Australia has an important role to play, providing thought leadership, not simply domestically, but also offering what we can to friends and allies in the region and beyond.
No, and I do note we may be in this country working a national natural disaster response as well as in the national interest working an international natural disaster response. And from the historical points that you just gave, they involve Commonwealth and state resources in doing that as well. So I am guessing a mechanism that would need to be in place is looking at resource allocation strategies and the like more broadly than just looking internally as well.
That's right, Commissioner. And I think just, this can be a central platform of Pacific Step Up, and it could be a central platform of whatever the Southeast Asian version is of Pacific Step Up that we haven't given a name to yet. And the interesting thing is our region expects us to be able to offer some leadership.
No, I appreciate that. And I could go into depth a lot more in developing a strategy internally, nationally as well, but I won't. You've given a very good summary at the higher level throughout the last hour and a half. Commissioner Bennett.
Yes, I've got one question. You may have seen that one of the propositions involved the question of a national declaration of emergency, and you may also be aware that there's been a fair bit of interesting response to that concept and a lot of questioning about what such a declaration would achieve beyond the symbolic and whether or not it would interfere with state declarations, but more importantly, what it would mean and what it would do. And one of the suggestions was, for example, that it could galvanise Commonwealth resources, matters such as that. So while I've got you here, I would be very interested in hearing from each of you what you think a national declaration of emergency in the case of a national natural disaster. How do you see it? What benefits do you see it having? Or how do you see it impacting either on Commonwealth resources, the new agency, for example, that you referred to as a possibility, or generally? And if you can add to that any observations of how you would see it working in a national context, that is, where you have states that are the ones who are impacted by the natural disaster, either singly or together. A simple question, really. Do you think I'd be very interested in your observations on that general topic as they come to you? I'll start with Mr. Crossweller.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think the proposition is entirely valid. I think principally for three reasons. I think it does galvanise the Commonwealth resource and makes an unambiguous statement of the need to step up in anticipation of a deployment or assistance. It probably would also trigger legal protections in that context if those resources were deployed, which, as I understand it, is a little bit grey. I think it flags the Commonwealth's intention as well, but I think most importantly, Commissioner, is it speaks to the notion of national public trust and confidence. And I think that at the end of the day, when these things turn very difficult for society, that there is an expectation that the federal government will step up, and I think it needs an appropriate mechanism to do that. And anything short of that is not responding to the sentiment of the Australian community. So it would need protocols and processes in place through negotiation with the states about an anticipation of that declaration. So I wouldn't suggest that the Commonwealth made it unilaterally. It may agree to disagree on the declaration, of course. A state may decide that it's not necessary. The Commonwealth may form its own view in relation to that, and it may therefore make a declaration in order to prepare its resource in anticipation of a deployment that it believes may be required. And certainly my operational experience would suggest that sometimes the jurisdictions do misread the criticality or the urgency of the issue, and others can see it, and those close to the action and focused on the action cannot. And I think sometimes a mechanism that allows that declaration to be made would be sensible. Require good high quality advice and astute leadership, but sometimes people can be too close to the problem and not see what's actually emerging or what needs to happen in terms of supplementation or additional support. that comes from career experience and observations over the last 35 years. So I think that would be my response.
I might not have heard you.
I'm sorry.
I was wondering why you weren't responding, Mr. Coyne. That's because my microphone wasn't on. Sorry, I'd carefully turned it off so that Mr. Crosswell could speak, and then I didn't turn it on again. So I was wondering why you were looking at me so blankly. Mr. Coyne, would you care to comment on that issue, please?
I'll pick a few issues on the sides of what Mark has already said. I think from my perspective, number one is I guess it always has to be, because what's at heart here is the Federation itself. And so at the heart, any declaration has to be an act of collaboration. I'm not sure that otherwise it's possible. And I think that having looked at some of the evidence that has been presented to the Commission to date, we need to be mindful that, this growing thought that the centralisation of authority, whether that be bureaucratic authority or otherwise, is an automatic solution and provides a better result. I'm not always convinced that is the case. I do note, though, Mark's position, and I certainly support that in the sense that sometimes when you're in, and to use Peter Jennings's vernacular, so whether you're at the tactical level or the theatre level, sometimes your scope of an understanding of what is occurring is not there, or is a little bit off. So, and I think that, so from that perspective, I think that, a strategic national declaration is important. I think it's important also, and something that we've seen, and we've seen the phenomenon during COVID to date, which is, Commissioner, I think there's, in general, and there's plenty of surveys to show this, there has been a significant decline in trust in government and trust in Australian institutions. And in fact, the stats really show that, and up until COVID with the Victorian Police, in general, the statistics and information clearly shows that, the Australian Federal Police and followed by the State and Territory Police are the most trusted institutions in Australia. The military is in there and others. And I think that what we've seen is that, governments who handle these pandemics well, they have a burst of public confidence. Or these national emergencies get a burst of public confidence. So I think a national declaration could in fact be, could provide some, national value to the people of Australia by the nature of the organisations that evolved and the reputations that they bring with them. But it would need to, and to my first one, be of such a scale that it actually requires that. I do, however, think it undermines one part of my own argument, which is that, the Commonwealth's role or the federal government's role in supporting the state and territory jurisdictions to deal with a crisis isn't necessarily the port of last call. And I think that we need to continually revisit that. What we don't want to do is use that sort of framework, I think, Commissioner, to be, a fallback to that. When all else fails, we'll break glass and rely on the feds to come and save us. I think that consideration and the involvement and collaboration needs to start from day one of a fire or day one of an earthquake or day one of a tsunami right through.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jennings, and I might come back and, if Mr. Crossweller, you want to have a comment after the other two have spoken, or anyone wants to comment on anybody else's one, just indicate it, because, sometimes it's hard to go first and then you want to say something else later, and I appreciate that. Mr. Jennings.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think, I have not thought my way through the mechanics of what a national declaration should be taken to mean. So my response is really more around understanding the role of the Prime Minister when at dire moments when people are looking for leadership. And so I think of John Howard's invoking the ANZUS Treaty after the 9/11 attacks in the United States, Howard again invoking the Lombok Treaty after the tsunami in 2003 and 4, the current Prime Minister announcing the National Cabinet. These all become, I think, really symbolic moments, which is saying to a range of different audiences, we are now in a different situation and have to think and act differently. So if we had a national declaration mechanism, I think that what that would mean when the Prime Minister invokes it to the Prime Minister's counterpart, Chief Ministers and First Ministers and Premiers, is to say, in a sense, it's a kind of a coded way of saying no more game playing. Now we have to get together and be serious and collegial. And we've largely seen that through the National Cabinet. And it's produced, an immensely valuable moment, I think, in Australia's national life. Secondly, to the Federal Public Service, to the Australian Defence Force, what a national declaration should say is be on the front foot. Be ready to come forward to us with your thoughts about how we can make use of your resources to help to deal with a situation. And I think largely we saw that with the pandemic response. And it does go a little bit to some of Mark's points about at the operational and tactical level, you don't always know what's available at federal level to assist you at these moments. So a national declaration which puts everyone into the start blocks in terms of the federal public service and infrastructure more broadly is important. And then you have the Australian people. And of course, I think they are looking for leadership. Which is a funny thing in this country. I mean, we have a very undemonstrative expectation of our leaders, but in times of crises, we really want them there. We want them to be reassuring. We want them to have a sense of being able to say, look, we know we can find a way out of this. And we want them to supplant the day-to-day experience of politics, to rise above that, to offer something more to the Australian people. I think a national declaration in all three of those areas could become a really important signpost for federal governments to say, right, now this is a very different situation and something which calls for different behaviours and different actions.
So what you're really saying, as I understand it also, I think both you and Mr Croswell made the point that where you have something that is truly in a national scale, which is a very large disaster that impacts beyond the norm, of course in a regular disaster, I'm not saying it's a regular, it's not as big as a regular hazard or a regular disaster, but there is the leadership of the Chief Minister, the Premiers and the Chief Ministers of the states and territories, and they provide that leadership and all of that level of comfort to people. But as the scale of the disaster gets bigger, I think what you're saying, Mr Jennings and Mr Croswell, is that the people feel a much greater sense of comfort knowing that not only do they have the state resources behind the fight, but also the Commonwealth resources are being obviously committed. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it is. I think if you boil it down, Commissioner, I think people want to know at a profound level that the Prime Minister cares.
I understand that, and that's the symbolic side of it. And I think also there is the tangible side. I mean, the practical side, and I think both of you identified the ability to get Commonwealth resources and the ADF. I think, Mr Jennings, you put on the front foot and ready to go, and you see that as one of the benefits. Do you see any other while you're thinking about it, any other outcomes from a declaration? I see you nodding, Mr Croswell. Do you have any other outcomes, do you think?
I do. I think it advances the civilian defence interface from a systems knowledge and capability perspective. That interface is quite thin. It tends to rely, for example, on liaison officers in control centres to swap pieces of paper to get things done. I think if there's a clear and unambiguous commitment by the Commonwealth to strategically lift in this space and the states respond appropriately and accordingly, then we can do a lot in terms of that civilian defence interface, which will make operations far more seamless and effective. And I think that's when we would see the benefit of this strategic lift and the new relationship. If that doesn't happen, then it is largely symbolic, and it is largely, sort of glossing over the real issues. So I think this has to follow with that depth of analysis and depth of commitment to create that civilian defence interface in a sophisticated way through knowledge and other capabilities, such that we do get the best out of the new arrangement.
Thank you very much. I saw you nodding, Mr Jennings, so I take it you agree with that as well. And Mr. Coyne,
yes, I do.
No,
I do, Commissioner. And perhaps just very briefly, Adam, I've been talking about sort of longer term strategic things here, but in crisis management, the first 12 hours is a really valuable period of time. And I think a national declaration which basically is a signal to the federal system that now is the moment to be reaching out and reaching forward. We might be able to cut some response times out of what experience has told us has been periods of initially perhaps slow reactions when state systems might be feeling overwhelmed. I think that could be actually a very useful sort of starter's gun.
Thank you.
At a time. Yep.
No, thank you very much. I found that very, very helpful. Thank you. Thank you all.
Before I go to Commissioner McIntosh, just for Mr. Jennings again there. So would you propose that an event had to have occurred before a national declaration, or based on intelligence that an event is likely to occur, a national declaration could be made?
It's a very interesting question, Commissioner. I mean, in the counter-terrorism world, of course, you don't wait for an event to occur, and it may well be that there are equivalents in this space that a similar type of approach should happen. I think there are certainly moments when, we know we're heading into really difficult circumstances, and therefore you want people to be at a heightened level of preparation and not simply sitting back waiting for a phone call. So yes, I think you're right. There may well be moments where sort of a pre-declaration is a useful instrument.
Thank you. Mr. Croswell, you were nodding. Do you have anything to add to that?
Oh, no, I'd agree with that, Commissioner. I've always said, we're all better off being part of the unfolding story than being introduced in the final chapter. And I think that, context is really important. And there are some things, particularly natural hazards, where the antecedent conditions are highly overt. And we should respond on those antecedent conditions and the intelligence and the analysis that comes with it. If we wait for something to happen, we've already missed the opportunity. So I think the anticipatory nature of a declaration in a hazard space that is largely overt in its antecedent condition would be essential in my view.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your positions on that. Commissioner McIntosh.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks all three witnesses. I'm interested, I'll go to Mr. Jennings if I could, to come out of the crisis management phase and to look at the prevention and the preparation and the recovery phase. You called earlier before, and please tell me if I'm verballing you, for an enhanced strategic policy capability at the federal level, and I presume that you envisage that capability looking across that resilience spectrum, those three other phases, the prevention, the preparation and the recovery. Have I got that correctly?
Yes, you have, Commissioner. I think it's best to try to aggregate those aligned and alike challenges together, and so you've interpreted my comments correctly.
That's good. I'm interested about how you see that enhanced federal strategic capability interacting with the states, given that the states in most of those areas have primary responsibility and really most of the capability. So if you look at sort of the big five issues, planning, building regulations, land management, the combat agencies themselves, and probably most critical infrastructure, with the main exception of, I'd probably say, telecommunications. At the moment, the model is one of the federal government turning up with financial resources and providing financial support and financial incentives to try and influence behaviour. Do you see, with that enhanced capability, do you see any change in that model, or do you see a continuation and effectively a ramping up of that existing model?
Commissioner, I think it would be a new element of federal depth and understanding added to the existing system. So clearly this is going to require a high level of collaboration with the state and territory authorities. It's going to look to those areas to be the providers of insight and knowledge and data and understanding. And one would hope that it would be as collegial and cooperative as we see in counter-terrorism models and other areas of federal-state interaction. But my starting point for sort of claiming that this is something that's new and necessary really goes back to the initial findings of your interim report, which basically says we're entering new territory here, that we are actually going to be encountering a range of natural risks greater than we've dealt with before. And I think that does have to give rise to asking the question, well, okay, so at the federal level, are we geared to that? And in this area of understanding at the strategic level how we anticipate this, what our evidence base is, how we might think about our ability to deal not simply with the next disaster season, but the one that might be 5 years down the track. These are areas where I think there is a new requirement for a deeper capacity for federal understanding and policy development. So I don't want this to be in some ways seen to be a threat to the states or a risk to their particular prerogatives, particularly around operational challenges. But I think this is something that can really only be done at the federal level, albeit with the greatest possible level of collaboration with state and territory entities.
Thanks for that. Mr. Croswell or Mr. Coyne, do you have anything to add on that?
Only to say, Commissioner, I think that makes perfect sense. I think the Commonwealth has a range of equities, particularly in the space of knowledge and climate and science, that could be extended more broadly and deeply into those spaces in anticipation of a more complex world. I think that's it's definitely worth a look. Does it mean more money? Well, probably someone will come up with that idea, but the Commonwealth capabilities that exist and it holds within its constitutional power could be very useful in that space, I think. So it's certainly worthy of strategic consideration.
And Commissioner, I'd only just add, I do believe that will add a broader set of policy levers for responding to these emergencies, but both proactively and in terms of recovery. And I think, the examples that I've specifically seen are in Northern Australia, where the Commonwealth does have the capacity, by taking a broader view of emergency management and resilience, does have the capacity through facilities like NAIF, etc. And by having that evidence base of a forward-focused policy approach that's looking further down the road, it does give you access to those broader, for want of a better term, those broader, and to address Mark's point about more money, it does give you access to a broader pot of money to address some of these issues.
Great. Thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Bennett, any more questions? No, we're good. Mr. Jennings, Mr. Croswell, Mr. Coyne, thank you for this afternoon and thank you for the 2 hours it's been, and I know all the preparation that's gone into that. We appreciate it very, very much, and you've brought a lot of context from a strategic standpoint to what we've been considering, so we appreciate that very, very much. Ms. Hogan-Doran?
Great pleasure. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Chair, no communications from parties with leave. Might the 3 gentlemen be released from their summons?
They may be released from their summons. Thank you, gentlemen, once again.
Thank you.
Okay. So with that, we will adjourn until 10 a.m. on Thursday morning. Yeah.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you to everyone that brought that together. That was a very beneficial session. Thank you. Yeah.